Yeah, I mean, honestly, like for me, if you want to just like cut it down a bit, and regardless, like it's already generic as it is, so it doesn't really matter if you make it more generic. Well, instead of saying automotive podcast, just be like NOVAtazz or a car talk with NOVAtazz, something like that, or NOVAtazz car talk, something like that, right? It depends on how many people we have up here. It does, but I mean, we do. Yeah, if like at the beginning, we usually start with car related stuff, and then towards the end, we just divulge into whatever the hell we want. Or, huh? Well, I was gonna say you need a hairbrush. Sorry. I, that'd be awesome. Because actually, because I have long hair that's relatively straight and whatever. Well, and it's also convertible, so I actually have the hairbrush in the glove box because I'll need the hairbrush wherever I go. Not really, no. Like I don't really give a shit. Oh yeah. Wait, well, and that's what I like because I've eaten chips on the podcast, but you notice that when I eat them, I don't grab a freaking handful of chips. I grab like one at a time because of that. You know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can hear it a little, but it's not bad. Cool. Well, there you go. Awesome. Um, yeah, that's fair. Well, because I mean, and when I do it from in here, I don't have a second device to go gamble and stuff like that. So I guess the one thing. I mean, I won last year and I still haven't got my prize. It's August, but yeah, I did. Well, oh, trust me, I know. I have the same thing too. There are things that I'll forget all the time, and especially now. Well, it's even worse now because of my symptoms and everything with the brain frogs. Exactly. Which yeah, we'll see if because I haven't talked to them a bit actually. If we'll get a wild old man mechanic. Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, I have the chat muted all the time. I don't like. Yeah, like, and if I'm not proactive about it, I'll just forget to check in and be like, "Oh shit!" Right? You know. Ooh, a wild.
We have a live technical difficulty.
Wow.
I'm a walking, talking fat billboard. You got to see me go with barbecue. Don't ask me to show you what's on the plate, but I can show you some stains. I can't help it. Well, technically, most of the time before, I wasn't either, till the very end. I mean, when I first started, it was an international. But I've been told you have a technical difficulty. They can hear Kat in the show, but you are not coming through with any audio.
That's odd.
Yeah.
Well, that just means it's me and Chris's show now. See ya.
What in the world are you doing, you fool?
All right, can you hear me now?
We shall find out if they can hear you or not.
And I don't have my chat box
Apparently,
out,
Miss
so I couldn't
Formie
even
said
hear. I couldn't
something
even
in the chat.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, if he's gonna shill Amsoil, I can do the same thing. I just don't have like merch that way, but I do have on the car. Yeah, there you go.
So all that great information that we had early in the freaking live stream, it was all waste.
Yeah, you know, because it's not like I really said too much.
That sucks.
Again, well, the best part of live.
It is not a NOVAtazz live stream if we don't fuck up something, and most of the time it's the microphone.
That was just a trial run, so you get to repeat it all.
Right, but I don't understand why.
Live, right?
Like, it changed it to some other weird device. I don't even know what device that was. But normally it's my snowball. Normally, well, Jess's snowball. She is so graciously.
I wish you were following me down the interstate. This would be so fun.
What?
Blind leading the blind, you fool. I got a car following me. I'm idling up the side so I can park on the side, and I got a car following me that's not smart enough to go around me.
That's okay. He'll just end up parking behind you.
Yeah, I mean, you get those butt crawlers going down the interstate. It's fun, especially in construction, because you can kind of wiggle back and forth, and you watch them here, and you see them follow the trail, and next thing you know, they take out a construction barrel. Well, hey, that's not my fault.
Okay, so should we do the intro again already, now that we got all three of us here?
Why not?
Okay, welcome to... Can I speak?
Live from the depths of the Pocono basements.
I'm not Pocono. That's a little further.
You're close enough to Pocono. You're close enough to be considered in the basement.
I guess. I mean, technically, Pocono.
Straight out of the depths of stripped coal country.
Yeah, coal country maybe. Pocono's is about 40 minutes east of me.
Yeah, that's what I said. You're in the basement. You know, I mean, you're in the mountains, but it's kind of the foothill mountains of the Poconos. You want to be technical.
I don't know. We got some pretty tall mountains. I don't know what they're almost taller here than they are there.
In some spots, yeah. That's what's funny.
But anyway.
All right, come on.
Welcome to NOVAtazz Automotive Podcast, episode 30, season 4. We were talking, we'll sum up what we were talking about. We were talking about the fact of eating on the channel, or eating during a broadcast, and how not to use crinkly paper bags, or other bags, you know, that make crinkly noises because they're horrible on the microphones. We talked about changing the name from NOVAtazz's Automotive Podcast to something simpler, like NOVAtazz Podcast, or Car Talk with NOVAtazz, which is still a mouthful.
Well, here's the thing that I do is most of my lives, depending on if I'm in a different setting or not, are literally just like Car Talk with Katarina. That's it. And
The thing is your name is longer than mine, but it sounds shorter.
Yeah. Well, it's because of syllables. That's why.
Yeah. Though NOVAtazz is still pretty simple.
I mean, I guess actually, no, NOVAtazz is only 3 syllables. My name is 4 syllables.
But it sounds shorter.
That's only if the people pronounce it correctly, Cat.
Yeah, we all pronounce Cat. That sounds really
about
short.
It. It's hilarious at times.
You know, you could just do car talk with Cat. Make it more personal. That'd be more personal.
I mean, to a certain extent, more personal. But to be fair, everybody calls me Cat because everybody butchers the name. So there's that.
I cannot tell you. We won't talk about how badly I butchered it when I first met you.
Solve it simple then. Purring with puss.
Hey, we were gonna name this one NOVAtazz's automotive podcast with Katarina with her top down.
Oh,
because technically her top's down.
There you go. Yeah, and not for the first time either, right?
No. She's a vert slut.
I mean, for once, I'm not rolling yet.
She's a vert slut. Her top's always down.
Exactly. The one thing is, this car. Now, I'm not doing this year unless it gets like a really nice day where it's not like slushy on the road or anything. But in the wintertime last year, driving this car, I drove with the top down.
I got pictures of you driving that car when it's snowing with the top down.
Yeah, actually, there is a video out there of sliding it around, doing donuts in the snow with top down.
See, I watch, and I was surfing through my YouTube the other day, and I'm like, I haven't seen a Katarina video recently, and this was like Friday or Thursday, and lo and behold, like the next second or third video that I scroll past, yep, you had one cruising to a car show or going. No, it was going to go film a video.
Yeah, and which that video has been filmed. Now, the one thing is, it would have actually been uploaded by now if it wasn't going to take for freaking ever. I don't get why it was taking so long.
Okay, there could be 3 reasons. You got shit for internet.
Okay.
Well, I already know that. But
the file size was quite large because either it was filmed in a weird Kodak or whatever.
Well, it's because one thing is I've done those videos before. This one, for some reason, is a little bigger on the file size. I did notice that, but not by much.
What is the Kodak you rendered it in?
Well, I just whatever my phone shoots it in.
No. When it did you shoot it in one take and upload it, or did you throw it through an editor at all?
I did not throw it through an editor.
So it's straight from your phone.
Yes.
Which means it's MP4.
Yeah, MP4, and I'm only shooting at 1080.
MP4 is a larger file size.
Oh yeah, like could I convert it? Whatever else, yeah, I could, but
yeah, I normally throw mine up in H.264 or H.265, which is a lot smaller file size for full video quality. So 1080p, 4K, whatever it is, 720.
Well, this is only a it's a 27-minute video, and it's 3.38 gigabytes, which most of my videos of that length are usually around 2.8 or so, and they're up within 4 hours.
Hold on, you said it was a. Hopefully, it doesn't show up on the screen. No, where are we going? That's not the video one I wanted to click on. That's the one I wanted to click on. Let's see.
Well, yeah, I mean it's not up right now, but
no. I have my own videos that I know which ones are longer.
Okay.
16 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Most of the time I try to keep it around 10 minutes because attention span.
Yeah, see, I don't do that at all, and it works pretty well for me.
This one's 30 minutes. Okay, so this one's 30 minutes. I know this is uploaded in 4K. It is 2 gigabytes. Because I use the H.264 and H.265 because it creates a smaller file size. Also, YouTube likes those file types a lot better than MP4s. So it'll process it faster as well.
Well, I never have an issue with it processing. Processing literally only takes maybe a minute tops, and then it goes to fully upload and whatever else. And I don't know if it checks, and like the checks are done within about 2 minutes.
Normally, they'll upload the standard definition video quality really quickly. The HD and Ultra HD, which would be your 4K, if you upload in 4K, those ones take a little longer.
Well, yeah, because actually, yeah, I've done some 4K stuff, but that's only when I've upscaled it to 4K, which is not worth it, to be honest with you.
It is, like with DaVinci Resolve, it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't use that though.
Right,
you know the software I use, which
it's not a bad software. I have that one on my phone still. When I'm stuck without a computer.
Well, that's what I use for any of the editing, and I didn't realize actually, because I never really delved too deeply into the editing on that. I just did simple editing. I didn't realize on there that you could actually do a stabilization on videos, which is kind of
stabilization. It has transitions. It has a bunch of neat little features that built into that.
Transition stuff, but I've never done the transition thing because, well, all of my stuff is usually one take, and it's usually one video. It's not editing a bunch of videos together. Right. Sometimes it is, but not very often.
It'd be amazing to see one of your videos actually edited.
The only time that ever happens is usually picture videos. When that happens.
You should send one of your raw shots to me and let me play with it.
What shots?
Raw shots, RAW, as in the raw footage.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe I'll just snag one of yours off of YouTube, play with it, and send it to you.
Yes, that works easier for me because trying to send stuff like that through my internet is a pain in the ass. Yeah. Like even trying to convert it to a zip file or whatever else like that to send it to you so you can open it easier, like it sends easier through email. That still is a pain in the ass to do here because my internet is garbage.
Do we have anybody out in Chatland?
I don't know, do we?
I don't know. I just see Miss Formie and Chris. And I want to make sure that the other thing is working. See if that pops up, because I haven't seen... Oh, no, yeah, Streamlabs is definitely working, because it told me about the, whoever that person that subscribed 7 days ago is. Ooh, I get to do my thing. Was that her?
Turn right at the stop sign.
No, that's stereo.
The first right.
That's not Edith?
Turn right on I-40.
That one's Edith. That one we haven't named yet.
So Edith is your GPS.
They're both GPSs.
Oh, I thought one was a radio.
That's the new one.
Oh, that's a new one?
That's the new one. That's the new one.
We call her Karen. Is she annoying? I mean, she's new. I mean, she may not be annoying yet.
No, she's not annoying. She's annoyingly large. Dang thing's got I got a big screen TV screen on the freaking windshield. It's 10 inches.
Oh, I got it.
This thing is freaking huge. It's ridiculous.
I'm just not gonna know which one is which.
Oh, you will by the voice.
I don't know the voices enough yet.
That's Edith.
Left to I-40
okay.
That's Edith.
Which one was that?
But actually, fairly soon-ish, hopefully, I'm expecting a friend to come up with his really badass, he just picked it up, a 79 C10, but the thing is very, very modified, and I'll get to drive it, and it'll be the fastest vehicle I've ever driven. So I really can't wait for that.
Okay, okay. Chris, can you see it? Ready? I don't know when she's going to show up. I've named your other one.
Bertha?
Said she was large. Oh, no, he disappeared.
Yeah. He's rendering.
He's rendering. He's upgraded to 4K. He's now too large for his internet now. Big Bessie. I can't. I guess. Our troll is in the chat, by the way.
Oh.
AKA your kid. AKA my better half.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the awkward part about it.
Oh, he's back.
Because, well, if she's my child, but
Keep left to I-40 west.
but you two are together,
Hi, mother-in-law.
yeah, it's confusing.
It's
Unless
just
we're
like every
adopted,
other
right?
relationship out here in the freaking Cole County. It's so tangled up, it's a freaking thistle. It's not a freaking, it's not a tree, it's a tangle.
Oh God.
It's like the
Well,
mangroves down in Florida.
At least you got one thing going in your favor.
All right, so
You don't have to worry about listening to dueling banjos.
Yeah, did you see
No,
what I
you
named
said you were going to throw it up, and it was hilarious. The time you throwed it up, I never got to see it. My service bailed. Like, oh
That's what
hell
we said.
no!
You upgraded to 4K and got too big for your internet.
Be in either
There it
of
is.
two, left lane.
It's large and in charge. Jessica said that it should be named Big Bessie. I don't know which one's better. She said if I don't like that one, then she could name it Shawnetta.
You know,
on I-40.
yeah, Bertha is better. It just is.
I had a you know those like CO2 rockets, the one they're not CO2. What are they? I don't even remember what they are anymore. The little cartridge rockets that you could fire off. Sometimes they were like 2-stage or single stage.
I never played with those.
A little solid rocket.
Yeah, the little rocket burners.
Stuck the little electrode in it, and then you hit the battery switch back in the box to light it.
Oh yeah, there's so much
Yeah.
fun. I wish I knew where I could go do that around here. But anyway, I used to do a lot of those when I was a kid. One of the rockets
they're
we
great
had
fun as
was
long as it's
called
not a
Big
windy
Bertha.
day.
Huh?
Those are great fun as long as it's not a windy day.
Yeah, as long as you can retrieve them, yeah. Schoolyards are good places to do those. School fields. But they normally have really big open spaces where the football fields are and shit. But we had a rocket called Big Bertha. She was like most of our rockets, they were what, 1.5 inches around, 1 inch around, and they would normally be about like 3 feet long, 2.5, 3 feet long. Big Bertha was 4 inches around and like 4 feet long. It took 3 rockets to launch her up. Three of the whatever they call it, the engines.
Awesome.
Oh, when that thing went off, it was gone. It was, and of course they split into like 3 pieces when they come down. So you'll have like the tube will split in half, and then the nose cone will pop off, and you'll have Big Bertha had 2 chutes, to bring her down. A lot of the smaller rockets, only the nose cone will pop off, and you'll have a single chute because they're lighter. Jess said she had one, painted it like a cow and called it Jerky.
Nice.
That's kind of
That's
funny.
what
Jess does have an excuse.
I don't remember what it's called.
If any of her comments are a little edgier than normal, which that's a lot, her comments are normally edgy. She says that she's tired, cranky, and have personal excuses.
That's a mood right there.
She has a reason for her mood. I know
Fair
the
enough.
reason
Hey,
for
well,
her
she's
mood.
commenting in the chat. I'm not seeing it.
Do what?
If she's commenting in the chat, I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, well, okay, so
Make sure that you have in the chat, you have it as live chat, not top chat.
well, also the one thing is there is a known glitch as well.
Oh
where
yeah, you have to
sometimes
reset. You have to reset the
page.
live stream.
Yeah, refresh the page. Because that is a
Pilot
known
happened.
glitch.
That happened to Pilot the other day, didn't it? Or was it Harold or whatever his name was?
I'm not sure who it happened to, but it happened to somebody else. And like I've come across that too, because and I figured that out on my own, and that's just a known glitch that I've experienced, and obviously other people have too. So
Yeah. I think I've happened to me watching a live stream once. Miss Formy says it's happened to her. Nikolai has joined the chat. Anything interesting, Nikolai? Have you gone to any new race events to film?
Well, I'll say, actually, with me tomorrow, I'll get to film something kind of fun for the channel.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's gonna turn into like a full video or if it's just gonna be a burnout video. We'll have to decide that tomorrow. Because guy down my street, I can literally drive by his house. He's probably there, and you can see his truck. But he has a 1980 C10.
Okay.
Now, this thing is really cool because of the motor that it has in it. Because you look at the outside and like, oh, that thing looks like a piece of crap. It's rusty as all sin. Like everywhere there's rust that you think there's rust on those. Oh yeah, it's there on that one. But under the hood is a motor that GM only made for 3 years.
Was that the 302 you were talking about?
Yes.
I think you talked about that in the last live stream. Was the 302?
Did I? Oh well. Regardless.
Or
That thing,
we
I've
talked
seen
about
it
it
in
at
the
some
hood.
point.
Like
I don't know.
I may have. Yeah. Because like the one thing is he's got like aluminum heads on it and a bunch of other upgrades. He's should be pushing about 500-ish horsepower right now.
Out of a
It's
302?
700.
Wow.
Well, that's not hard to do. They actually are very easy to build power out of. Plus they rev high.
It's an old school iron block, right?
Yeah, but
They're not small blocks were not known to make that kind of horsepower.
It doesn't take much on those. Like the one thing is because the 302 already is kind of a high-strung motor that in stock form they are. Well, he's also running 12-to-1 compression on that thing too.
That'll do it.
But 302 is out of the box. I think like 10 1/4 to 1.
Yeah.
So
I'm kind of curious. I wish I would have been able to dyno the motor that's in the Nova before I no longer run it, because I'm already feeling that I've run it for the last time already back when I lived on the horse farm. I don't think we're going to run that engine again. It depends on whether or not if nothing else comes up by the time we get that car back together, then I'll run the 350. But I want to swap it with something newer.
that's fair.
But like I said, if nothing shows up and I can't afford anything, the 350 will go back in it just so that the car's running and driving.
Just remember, when that time does come that you're going to part ways with it, you know who to call.
Ghostbusters.
It depends. I just watched that for the first the newer one, the 2021 one. I just watched that for the first time like the other night, and I don't know why I didn't watch it sooner, because it was pretty good.
It is a good movie, and actually that movie was filmed here in Alberta. So, the entire thing.
Okay, so we have some new anointment. Is it anointing for new names? Nikolai has been dubbed Nicholas or Nichols. So he is now dubbed Nichols from now on. And
hey, if she's going to do that, does that mean I can start walking around flipping people off? Because, hey, it's my name. I'm sorry. You asked me my name. There you go.
Well, yeah, because your name is Chris Freebird. You're now Chris Freebird. So does that mean I have to change your name on here in your title where it says Firebird Nation? You're now Chris Freebird. By the way, I did get you guys' links to work down in the description. So if anybody is watching the live stream and wants a link to Kat's or Chris's channels, they are down in the description at the very bottom. I should move them up higher, but that was just the easiest place to put them. Oh, just Freebird. You're Freebird, Chris. Not Chris Freebird, but just Freebird. Your lane departure is complaining.
Yeah, I didn't have it for a week. While I was disgusted by the whole situation, I love that part of it.
Oh yeah, we need to inform the crowd of why you weren't here last week. I can even pull up pictures. Hold on a second. Let me pull up the pictures.
Oh, must we?
There's that one. Okay.
You have to make sure you find the best one on the side profile. Well, I don't know.
I'll just go
I don't
through.
remember which ones I
pull up
sent
all
you.
of them.
And I don't remember if I sent you the last two
I don't remember.
that they sent, which clearly showed absolute
Carnage.
lunacy. Well, it's just it highlighted right after it happened that they went out and took as like, how the hell did you not miss it? Bright blue sky, sunshine, not a cloud in the sky, and stark, almost 2 foot around square red.
Yeah.
Huge.
But
I
to
don't
be
get
fair, it was kind of just sticking out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, but to be fair, he came all the way across the driveway and went up the exit lane of the driveway like he was driving in England, because the vehicle he struck was already sitting in one of the work bays being worked on. It just stuck out that far behind it. So.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Chris's truck had a little bit of a boo-boo. Somebody tried to insert a skylight or turn it into a convertible, or maybe put T-tops in it. We'll never know.
Targa top.
Well, this is Chris we're talking about, so T-tops was more fitting.
Yeah, but
and that's not even the best picture to show.
Oh, I know. I can go through. I don't know which direction
but
you're going.
to annoy him more.
It literally knocked the stuffing out of it.
All the insulation. And repairing out of the cab. Rockets and everything.
Does it taste good? It's stuffing.
It's not cotton candy.
No, it's kind of bland. It didn't have any gravy either. I mean, come on.
So yeah, there's a view from the inside with a nice skylight.
That's inside, but that's if you can. I don't know if you can zoom that, Sean, but that shows the light coming through what's left of the speaker grill.
It's pretty
in the
zoomed.
Corner of the top bunk.
Yeah,
that speaker's mounted 4 inches inside the truck, 4 to 6 inches off on the sidewall.
There.
See, that's what they were trying to do. So they wanted that hole there so that they could
add ventilation for that speaker.
Well, that, and also they wanted to give you a nice little opera window up there.
Ah.
That's what
now, if you take that picture, that is the top of the side fairing that was mounted on the back of the cab at the top.
Now, are we sure
on the back of the cab?
Are we sure it's that, not just the guy's ass is sitting next to it?
Yeah, no, that's.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. There's the other half of it right there.
Yeah, that's the bottom. The other piece goes with that. He ripped, and if you see the black bar like between the low locks and the horizontally across the cab, those are the brackets that mount the fairing.
Like there was one right
he ripped
here.
The brackets completely out of the back of the cab. Yeah, he ripped them completely out of the back of the cab,
right
bracket
here.
and everything.
And then it looks like there's another bolt hole up here. Did we lose you, Chris?
Yeah. We had a small snafu with your truck.
Small?
Now, mind you, to this point, I had already sat there 27 and a half hours for a check engine light.
Yeah, what are we looking for here? What's the front of the truck? What damage is here?
That's just nothing. They took a picture. Yeah, they took a picture of the truck number. There's the good one that shows how far into the roof he got.
Yeah.
In the side.
I just tried to take the whole damn top off.
Yeah.
Instant. And that's the insulation they pulled out of the inside that fell on the ground.
So he also hit the...
And, yeah, when the fairing come off the back, it came down and landed on the release lever for the fifth wheel and bent it down into the tire.
Oh, jeez.
And that shows how normally that sticks out about 6 inches above the top of the tire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We deal with these all day at work.
Mm-hmm.
And I've pulled one of those in the past.
So this is what the
impact point. You'd have to zoom the picture. There's fiberglass and paint chips all over the ground. That's where it happened at.
Yeah, I can't really zoom.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only way to see it is to zoom in. It's kind of a lousy picture, but it's.
Is this your truck up here in the top corner?
It might be. I'm not sure. Like I said, these are the pictures they took, and so you can see a little bit of the white debris there by the water puddle.
Right here.
Yeah, the little specks of white.
Yeah, you can see quite a bit of that insulation and stuff like that there, and some of the fiberglass.
I don't know what this picture's showing.
Same thing. It's just the debris on the parking
Yeah,
lot.
it's hard for me to see.
And to really see it, yeah.
And this is what he hit.
And that's what he hit. That truck is a what do you call it? Is that a gantry crane?
Yeah.
That basically it's just a big beam.
Pallets, for picking up pallets to load onto the trailer, onto the bed.
Yeah, they can lift whatever's on the bed and then run it out the back of the boom and set it on the ground to unload the truck or load the truck. And that was the boom extension that they run it out. And then you can see the white on the corners,
Yep,
the fiberglass and insulation where he hit.
Jeez.
And this is after they moved the truck. They moved this truck to another bay and pulled it inside so that it wasn't hanging out in the driveway from where it originally was.
Oh, Jesus.
I went around this truck 7:30 Friday morning so they could test drive it, seeing when I come around the corner with a downpouring rainstorm, dark and gray. When this guy did this, it was bright sunshine, 100 degrees out, and completely clear blue skies.
Yeah, we can see your
and this red boom.
Your truck's sitting.
Yeah, and that's another truck that was sitting in the being worked on in the bay next to it. Yeah, that's a different truck. That's not mine.
It's missing the top fairing too. That's our lovely brakes. Oh.
Yeah, that. Wow.
But conservative estimates at this point is estimated at 20 grand and a potential year's downtime for that truck because they may need to replace the cab and parts are on back order.
So you get another you got another truck, huh?
I have a loaner. I mean, I went through everything where I'm at. I've had that truck there a year, and I'm 56,000 into it already. Now, I could have got a brand new truck again, but I would throw that 56,000 paid in the whole year away and start from fresh, and my payment would have increased.
Because of the damage?
No, that's just one of the options I had with the lease company.
Yeah,
because
but why
of
would
the
your payment
downtime
increase? Where was any of this your fault? Why would you get punished?
Because the new truck, if I went with a new truck, would be a 23 model, and they're more expensive than that 22.
I think it's just getting ridiculous, the prices of things.
Well, everything is going stupid. Like, you know if you go 3 years ago, actually, no, sorry, 4 years ago, the average price of a brand new car was only $35,000. Now, the average price of a new car is $48,000.
That's ridiculous.
Because of everything going on. And all the markups and crap that they're doing right now because of the supply chain shortages and blah, 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 blah. You know, it's
I will
honestly
probably never own a new car in my lifetime because of this bullshit.
Oh, I would never own. I mean, not that I ever had the intention of owning a new car.
I wanted to.
Never say never.
All right, Chris. By what is it? 2025, all the new cars are going to be electric.
That's what they're proposing.
Do you think I'm
2025,
buying a new
2026.
car within the next 2.5 years?
Well, okay, where is putting that out? Because I've seen to 2030,
US.
not 2025.
2025.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to pass that quickly, because not enough of the companies are making the electrification change yet, like to full. So, because like Canada, I know we've gone to 2030 for that, which here in Canada, that's the dumbest thing for here.
But
because
even at that rate, nobody has the electrical infrastructure to support even doing
Or
that.
how about people having the ability to afford an all-electric car?
That too.
Yeah, even if you go, hey, look, Tesla Model 3, okay, the base one is 35 grand. If you can get one for that, because it's nearly impossible to do, you're looking at closer to 50 grand for one of those, right? And not just for the base model one, not
what are some of the reasonable companies coming out with? Chevy, Ford.
Yeah, the only ones that I know about is like, okay, besides the American companies, because they're not really doing anything, and GM is failing hard at the electric car movement.
I think I saw signs of places where you weren't allowed to park certain GM electric vehicles in parking garages because of the risk of fire.
Yeah, well, it's no different than, you look a few years ago when Samsung unveiled the first Samsung Note and they were starting to catch on fire.
Mm-hmm.
So you weren't allowed to bring those phones onto a plane.
Actually, that was the Samsung 10.
It was the 10 and the Note. They both had the same problem.
Yeah, the Note 10.
The Note was the first one to do it. Me
and Miss Stormy have the Note 9, and we were talking about upgrading, and then all that come out with that. Okay, we'll wait.
Oh, was that the Note 10? Oh, okay, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, it was the Note. The Note, when they released the Note 10 had that. But with that said, my Note 9, the screen got damaged, and I finally had to break down and go get the screen fixed because the battery was apparently damaged inside, and the battery was swelling in the case.
I've seen some
as well.
No, I've gotten lucky. I've actually replaced the battery in my phone 3 times now. This should be the 3rd battery that's in this phone. So I replaced the battery when I replaced basically the whole phone, all except for the motherboards. Was that like 3-4 years ago now? And I just replaced the battery again when I had it apart a couple weeks ago. So this is technically a brand new battery.
Jeez.
But it's amazing because the funny thing is these phones are supposed to be really, really, really awesome. I just replaced that battery. That was like right before I met you, Kat. When I tore apart this whole phone and replaced like just basically everything. So between that time and now, that battery went from, because now it'll last almost a whole day without needing to recharge it. But back when what is she saying?
All right, well, we're still under a caution. I want you to back out on that track and hit the pace car. Hit the pace car? Hit the pace car! What for? Because you hit every other goddamn thing out there. I want you to be perfect. Go on, go, go, go!
You've been noticed. You have no idea what's going on.
I don't have the chat open, so
Jess sent a super chat. It says, "Notice me, senpai." So we were all sitting here waiting for the super chat to be over, and I'm like, "What did she say?" Oh,
nice.
That's one way to get noticed.
See now, and to add her new nickname for me in, combined with the truck, she'll come off. So you just parked it there, so that happened on purpose because your new nickname gave you a new entry point to the vehicle. You could just fly in.
Free bird. All right. I was going to get to this,
we got to get a wife update too.
Hold on, Chris. I was going to get to saying what she was saying, but people were talking. She goes, she doesn't care about a car being new or a cat. Though she was the one that was trying to get a brand new Kia. The fuck was it?
No, it wasn't a Sereno.
No, it was the little tiny 4-door.
Oh, is it the Stinger?
No, that's the turboed car.
Okay, the K5, the Optima.
No, little tiny car. Kind of the same size as the Soul, but more of a sedan instead of the hatchback.
Why
it
am
has
I
the
only
tail light
thinking
that
of
goes all the way across the back.
Oh, the Rio.
Huh?
The Rio?
No. I think it began with an E.
Well, no. Okay, if it was an E, that's an Elantra, which is Hyundai.
No. Forte.
I
was
Echo.
wrong. It ended in an E. It was an F.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I was about to say, starting with an E, they don't make one that starts with E.
But she wanted this gray
Kia
Forte.
Forte.
I think it was called Gravity Gray. And she would I don't remember. I don't think you were in the live chat when the Facebook live chat when we were trying to get this car. So the Kia dealership near us, they had, and by the way, thank you for we just completely derailed the conversation we were having before. Not technically, because it's still like buying new cars. But anyway, so we were at the Kia dealership. We had the green car with us. We were trying to turn in the green car towards getting this Kia Forte. And I think this might have been even before we had the front end damage. I'm not sure. But anyway, so we tried to turn this car in. They had us there sitting for over 4 hours before they even offered us their first offer. And they wanted her to pay, I think it was $1,000 or more a month. It was a freaking stupid. Along with trading in her car. And the thing is then they were trying to sell us everything else they had out on the freaking lot. She didn't want anything else. She only wanted that car. And they were, obviously they were like, oh, we can get you financed. We can get you financed. We want to be financed for that car. And we ended up walking out so pissed off. I mean, we walked out at it was like 10 o'clock at night. It was after they closed. And she's like, they called several times after that trying to get us back in with a different offer, and Jess was just done with that place. Like I said, you don't sit somebody. I think it was more like 7 or 8 hours we were there, because we went in the middle of the afternoon, and by the time we left, it was closed. It was dark outside.
Y'all lied to me. You promised me you could do this, and then you come back with bullshit when I told you what I could do.
Right.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
when y'all did that.
They wanted us to put almost half the fucking value of the car down and trade in the Kia, the Soul, and it's not like the Soul was that Soul's worth $3,000. That's a decent down payment for a car that's only $17,000.
Yeah, it's not like you were going, okay, let's see about trading in the Kia and trying to get a Stinger. No. It was just a Forte. Come on. That's not the vehicle to
we own.
I don't understand why that dealer would die on that hill. Why would they do that? It's a $17,000 car.
It died on the hill, and it wasn't even a highly optioned one. It was just a decently optioned one.
Yeah,
the car that we were trading in. Now, the car that we were trading in was a 2012 fully optioned out Kia Soul. Every option that car can come with, it came with. That green car was fully optioned out. Every checkbox checked. And they wanted to offer us next to nothing for it, which was ridiculous. But anyway, Big E is in. He does have a lovely bunch of coconuts. Top's going up. To that Big E, you just made her put her top up. You pop in and she puts the top up.
It was getting cold. Okay.
Hey, it's just we won't mention anything about something getting perky because no, shut up. Coincidence, he says. And I'm over here getting my ass in trouble.
You're not supposed to notice those hard birds flying around on the outside.
I can't help it. They were cutting glass.
Yeah, what do you do, right?
I'm sorry, Kat. You're being the scapegoat on this one.
Apparently. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Hey, you ain't got nothing to worry about until the glass etching class starts. Then you can pay attention.
Start drawing pictures.
Here, draw this.
If elephants can draw pictures.
See, the problem is, in this conversation, I can't actually say anything.
No.
That's the problem.
Not to make it any better.
No. Anything I say will make it worse.
See, this is why I was saying in the beginning of the live show that nobody heard. We can change the name to garage to car talk or whatever, but how much car talking do we actually do? We end up divulging into something weird and it ends up going south quick. And in your case, you got a lot of south to go, being up there in Canada.
Yeah.
There's more south than there is north.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Jess says no coconuts
Don't
for
ask her
us.
to go west. It's gonna be a short trip.
Yeah. Jess says no coconuts for us. Big E says little to none most of the time. Jess says Dodo Bird shouldn't be picking that stuff out about your mother-in-law. Oh yeah, I just got told.
Well,
But then again, we're up here in coal country, man. It's all in the family.
I mean, although to Chris's comment saying, yeah, going west, it wouldn't be very far. I mean, if I wanted to go to Vancouver, that is
you could go very west. You could go very west because technically west keeps going all the way around.
Well, no, I mean, okay. The furthest you can physically drive is to Vancouver. Well, okay, excluding going north. You know, because going northwest, you can go a long ways.
Yeah, you can go across the land bridge. Well, that's now half under the water, but yeah.
Yeah, you could. But like the
I don't think people
thing,
realize how close the edge of Alaska is to Russia.
Yeah, it's only 50 miles.
Yeah, it's not far.
Like you can physically, like that's why it was kind of funny.
You used to be able to walk across it.
I mean, it took a long time.
Way back. They're trying to say that's how a lot of the North America had gotten populated with people.
That is 100% how it got colonized. Yeah. North America way back in the day. You know, thousands of years ago.
Across the bridge, the land bridge over Alaska, came down through Canada, and settled the northern continent.
Well, and actually, there was, because one thing is, in Canada, a few years ago, they found actually a 10,000-year-old corpse. And the one thing is, the native population obviously wanted it because they're like, hey, that's one of our people, whatever else. It's one of the oldest known here in North America, so we wanted it. They did a DNA test. Turns out it's Chinese, which throws everything off.
Chinese are over here, man.
Yes,
but it's not that far of a stretch.
Prior to that, there was no records of Chinese people being in or of Chinese descent that early in North America.
He got lost. He made a wrong turn in Albuquerque.
Albuquerque wasn't even invented yet. But yeah, I mean, and never mind, like this is 10,000. But well, it's like, and the one thing is, North American history gets rewritten all the time.
I love when Jess is not of right mind because some of the shit she comes up with. So when Freebird popped out of the live due to probably signal issues, she goes, "Did Freebird flew the coop? Does that make him a free chimkin? A rogue chimkin. He's a rogue chimkin. He's mutant.
God damn it."
And then she's got some chicken emojis. Apparently you're a drumstick. I guess she finds you tasty. She does like chimkin. She likes her chimkin like shredded with buffalo chicken sauce. That's like one of her favorite when she's trying to lose weight meals is buffalo chicken dip with green peppers. Are we having issues, Kat?
A little bit.
Right. If you need to step out, we understand.
Yeah. I'm seeing where my levels are right now because this fancy smartwatch tells me what my blood pressure is.
Yeah, if you got it in the right spot, because it could be a little off. Those are not exactly super accurate.
This one, and bear in mind, I mean, I actually put it a decent weight on my arm, but it's actually not that high. That's actually normal. So okay. Okay, we're good. But the one thing is with this, I've tested it with an actual arm cuff that's up here.
Those ones don't. Oh, you mean like an actual pump and listen to cuff? Okay.
Yep. Yeah. And this has only been, if it's not dead on, only 5 points off on each.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's a pretty good indication. Like, because I'm part of basically a POTS group, which is I'm having POTS symptoms, but I'm not officially diagnosed with it. So
Is there any pans in your group?
Not gonna answer that. But yeah, but basically just, you know, and talking in there, whatever else, but and yeah, because like some of them have said, you know, these usually aren't the most accurate in the world, but this one, yeah, like I've fully tested and vetted it, so because I actually have a proper thing inside.
Okay.
But keep it up. She's gonna fire back with a few roasters.
Jessica says smartwatches are rather dumb, like a blonde in Yale.
What was a blonde doing in a lock shop?
What was a blonde doing in Yale?
Exactly, a lock shop. You know, Yale locks.
No, I think she's talking about Yale University, but yeah.
You know,
You're more of a dirty blonde.
It's still fucking blonde.
You're not the I shoved my head in a bottle of chlorine bleach blonde.
Yeah, I've never done that, so yeah.
You're not part of the scratch and sniff pool club. Yeah, it keeps losing members. I don't know why.
Jesus.
Apparently someone needs to lock the door on the road chimkin. It keeps trying to fly out.
Oh, God.
Chris, I think she's trying to say you can't go nowhere. We have a new, I think somebody new. I don't think I've seen him in here before. Oh, he flew the coop again. Milo Tang. He says, I know you all like Firebirds. What about slaw bunnies? What the fuck is a slaw bunny?
Slaw bunny? I don't know what that is.
I swear, if somebody just made me say something bad on freaking line.
Is that a weird thing to say, Subaru? Because yeah, you'll have to give us more context on that, because I don't know that, or you'll have to look it up, which I think you're doing.
I got a YouTube Music.
Yeah, I don't know, and that's the thing. Even though I like Firebirds too, but this ain't a Firebird. I don't own Firebirds because Pontiacs are expensive. Like proper Pontiacs, not, you know. And even the Canadian Pontiacs that are more Chevrolet than Pontiac are, they're very expensive too. Oh.
No idea.
Anyway,
Jess says he was talking about a bleach bond, saying mom is blonde is like saying dodo bird is a real ginger. Because I'm sugar and cinnamon at best. That's not very funny. Just be mean though.
That's better. See, I never would have thought that Gatorade would be like straight up freaking like medicine for me.
Yeah, well, maybe you're having a hydration issue.
What's about that?
Big E just won like 20,000 Nova.
Wow. But actually, so something that I was talking about earlier, and then I got interrupted. This was about half an hour ago. So actually, my buddy just picked up another. Like he picked up a square body, but his is actually quite built too, because I mean it has the you know, the devil motor, or I shouldn't say devil, but you know, the motor nobody likes except that everybody likes is an LS. But it's a 6.2 LS out of a Corvette that's got Edelbrock heads and a few other little goodies on it, whatever it is. And it makes 635 horsepower to the wheels. So the thing's a bit of a monster.
Yeah. I just ate the wrong part of my pistachio. Cracked it in half and I ended up popping the shell in my mouth instead of the pistachio.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a surprise. Road Chimkin's back.
But that track, because the one thing is, yeah, because it's kind of interesting how it's put
Road
together,
chicken nuggets.
because it's everything underneath of it except for the frame, and the rear end is out of a Chevy Avalanche, actually. So all the steering, most of the suspension, everything like that, yeah, it's straight out of an Avalanche, so it drives like a modern car, which is so weird. But it's a C10.
Chris, are you following the chat?
Yeah, I'm trying to stay on the road.
That's more important.
Yeah. Yeah, lock the door, and now we got road nuggets.
Mitch Formy's the only one that gets the road nuggets.
I feel departed from myself.
Apparently, what's his name said, it was bad enough that Jess deleted it. So, I don't know if she sent me an exclamation or not. But apparently, we're getting trolled again.
Man, it happens.
It's been a while since we had a troll. Besides our resident troll. Dead bug.
There's lots of bugs in here, because that's what happens when you have the top down.
Jess likes dead bugs. We get a bunch of like big moths and butterflies that wander into the factory because we have all the roll-up doors open.
Yeah.
And they don't make it back out.
Well, of course not. Why would they?
Right. So we have these. You ever seen a butter moth? They're like 4 inches across.
Okay.
Like a nice like a butternut yellow. And they're huge. I have brought 3 of them home in just about damn near mint condition for Jess. Because she wants to shadow box frame them. And then sell them. I've also brought her some unknown species of moth that kind of looks like a fighter jet. And a blue butterfly. Also quite large. I think I'm up to like 4 or 5 bugs that I've gotten her now. Big E says he saw a lovely Volkswagen bug for sale.
See, Volkswagen bugs are dope, and I'm so sad that dune buggy I wanted, the guy backed out on the deal, and I'm sad about that.
Jess says she doesn't get bugs when her tops are down. She just gets annoying monkeys chasing her.
Okay.
Pretty sure that annoying monkey has red hair. Lovely coconuts. Says tomcat moth. Maybe it is called a tomcat moth.
I don't know my moth species, but to be honest, I don't like moths.
Maybe it was an F-16 moth. It definitely was not an A-10 moth. Definitely not. It was a little sleeker than that. Maybe not so deadly.
Wasn't noisy enough.
Yeah. No brap.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm just saying, if there's a moth that makes that noise, I want it.
I want to run away from it. You start hearing that noise, you're ducking covering. Unless you know it's on your side.
Well, no, see, you get that, you like duct tape it to your dash, whatever else like that, with a megaphone going out the roof, and just scare the crap out of people as you drive through town. It's great.
As things start exploding around you.
I mean, if stuff actually starts exploding, that's when you're like, oh, okay. That'd be a bad thing.
Those few that don't duck are the ones that need selectively removed from the gene pool.
I'm sure that the A-10 moth will do just that.
Guaranteed. While they nicknamed it Screaming Deathbird.
Yeah. Well, either enjoy the show or don't, whatever. NavGeek just joined, says, I don't know why I just randomly showed up on recommended. I don't know. We talk about all kinds of shit. Cars mainly, but it always divulges into something. I classify this as more of a garage talk with your buddies. Doesn't always stay on car topics. Huh?
So we could name it garage talk.
I did have a name garage talk for a little while. I think
I'm just saying.
2 or 3 was named garage talk.
I mean, to be fair, when the slightly more debaucherous comments come along, makes sense. Garage talk.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of hanging out in the garage with friends and some beers, and it ends up starting to talk about cars, but it always ends up talking about something else.
Yeah. And actually, something that I should mention because why not? Whenever I'm able to upload that next video, because the main reason why I was going out there wasn't just to get another video out, it was also to check out. There was a Lincoln Mark V there.
Ooh.
Cool car. I like those cars.
What year?
I've driven one. It was fantastic.
What year, Kat?
But,
What year?
79. So that's the last year of the Mark V, and it's the only year where the only engine option was the 400. So it would have a 400 in it unless it got swapped. But this car, you look at it and the description on the auction website reads, that it needs work but it runs. I'm like, okay, what does that mean needs work? This requires some investigation. And so I get there, I got the keys, I jump in it, and actually I do that. I'm checking over it in the video itself, but the battery was pretty dead. So I was like, okay, whatever. I was just gonna pop the hood and take a look. So I popped the hood and I couldn't find the actual striker to fully open the hood. And I know where they are on those. It was missing. So like, okay, that's fun. How do you open the thing? So it's like, okay. So I can't do that. Whatever. So when I went to start it though, I turned the key and okay, it's like a little dead, whatever else like that. But I pull the key out and it's still turning over. I'm like, oh, that's not a good sign. And luckily the battery was pretty dead.
It ran the battery out before it...
Well, the battery died as it was still trying to turn, but I was smelling smoke.
Oh no, not great. You did electrical gremlins.
Right? I'm like, yeah, electrical gremlins in a Lincoln Mark V. I'm gonna pass, thank you.
Right?
Like that's scary. So yeah, that one won't be coming to the channel at all. Because I'd love to play with one. It'd be cool. And that one's a collector series as well. So it had the gold accents. It did not have the opera windows. And it had a green vinyl top with the green vinyl on where the Continental kit would be on those. But obviously they didn't actually come with a Continental kit. But that little bump in the trunk?
Mm-hmm.
That was green vinyl as well. The interior was blue. And very nice interior, honestly. Yeah, the interior was blue. It was a dark blue. And it had the button tuck velour seats that were just so damn comfortable to sit in. But it's actually in really good shape overall. Like rust-wise, I didn't really find any. And looking at it, it had an option that one of the few options on those is there's a little computer on the dash that'll tell you how many miles you are to empty.
Oh, there you go.
It's pretty cool, actually. My Greg's Mark V has it too, and it's very neat. I see a kitty cat.
We've been staring at one for the last hour and 15 minutes.
I'm a cat, not a kitty cat. There's a difference.
Oh, I didn't realize.
I mean, I do meow. I do meow, but I don't purr. So I haven't figured out how to do that one yet. So I just meow.
The right person to do it for you.
Jesus.
I said person. Maybe it's not a person. Maybe it's not a person. Maybe it's something else. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Yep.
That went down.
Okay.
Okay. Change subject. So, updates. We'll start with you, Kat. We already kind of been doing Kat's updates.
Yeah. There's not really much. Oh, actually, I will say something. So do you remember me talking about those upgrades that were going to happen to this car relating to the heads and the cam and all that stuff?
Yeah.
I was initially going to get these SVO heads off the guy, but turns out they need a bit of machining, and he just wants to give me heads that will actually, go on the car without issue, right?
Right.
Or shouldn't have any issue. Well, he upgraded to trick flow heads because apparently with his Anderson cam, it's supposed to work better with his full setup that way. So, okay, he goes with the trick flow heads. Well, he's got these brand new Edelbrock Performer heads just sitting in a box, and he's going to send them to me.
Well, there you go. That'll be an upgrade.
Major upgrade, because the one thing is, I was looking at, the GT40 head.
Edelbrock intake already? Or do you have?
No,
are you going to go with that Roush one?
It's not Roush.
It's Shelby one.
It's a Shelby intake, which is on the car currently. Here, I can show that off because I have the power to do that.
Ooh. Careful wielding that power. It's dangerous.
It's not that dangerous.
Do you have to ruin my fun?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that is kind of your job, isn't it?
Yeah. As the only woman that comes on the live stream, somebody has to.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure Jess would if she felt like it. Dodo Bird is not ignoring you. Dodo Bird is seeing your comments. I'm not completely understanding them, but I'm seeing them. I'm not buying shirts for everybody. Forget that.
Yeah, so you can see actually. Now it's kind of hard to see where it is, but you can see a little bit here.
I mean, I can make shirts available and people can buy them, but I'm not buying like 7 shirts.
But you can actually see on this intake where you can see a little the C there, but it actually says Cobra across that. And yeah, so that's the intake on this, and those heads. So right now, this motor with the E6 heads, I've gotten a dyno tuned. It's only making 122 wheel and 227 foot-pounds of torque to the wheels. And why are you mowing your lawn at 8 o'clock at night?
Because it's better than 7 o'clock in the morning. Because it's also better than mowing your lawn at freaking, noon when it's hot as balls outside.
I mean, it was hot today. I
tend to mow my lawn either first thing in the morning or in the evening when the sun starts going down.
Well, now, so that
Jess
it's not
says, "What am I?" Well, what do you mean? What are you? You don't count in the buying shirts for everybody. You want a shirt? I'll buy you a damn shirt. Bonk. You just bonked on the head.
It didn't hit me.
Little bunny foo-foo hopping through the forest.
There we go.
Riding mowers have headlights for a reason. Yeah, so you can mow your lawn at 5 o'clock in the morning and annoy all your neighbors.
Well, there was somebody the other night that was mowing their lawn at 10 o'clock at night. I'm like, why are you doing that?
So my lawnmower does not have headlights on it, but then again, it's an electric push mower. Why does an electric push mower not have headlights? It's electric.
Because, yeah.
Why can't it have headlights? It's already getting electricity.
Well,
Jess. Jess is talking about your comment about being the only woman on the live stream. You're making her jealous.
I'm the only woman that's here on camera ever on the live, other than the one time
we have had a Miss Formy live up on stage. We have had AJ Ryan. The book.
Since I've been here, it's only been that AJ Ryan that's been here.
We have had our resident troll on camera more than once.
Well, okay. Since I've been here, none of that has happened.
She has been
Other
on
than
this
that,
camera.
you're different.
She has been on this live show since you have been here. Don't
She
make her.
has not.
She will go live from where she is at. I bet you. You push her
has
hard
no
enough. She will.
Fine.
Chris,
The evening has been machining,
Chris,
and he just wants to give me heads that will actually,
and
go
really
on the
far
car
away.
without issue.
We're Chris. You're playing the live stream from a long time ago. You back? Are you quiet now?
Because apparently with
Nope. Chris, I'm not adding you back till you're quiet.
it's like a child.
Mute your YouTube channel, and you're fairly far back too.
Yeah.
Because I was talking about the cylinder heads.
Yeah, because and basically, so right now, like I said, this car's making 122 wheel and 227 torque.
Wow, we are getting all of the trolls. Oh my God, there's a troll.
I is our woman.
Yes, it is. Hi.
And we guys with the wrenches out in the chat. Be diligent. We are being invaded by the non-domesticated trolls out in the chat.
I is our not domesticate.
Huh? You're domesticated.
I is our not.
Dobby had been given a sock.
No. No sock.
Well,
I demand shirt as payment.
shirts. You've gotten plenty of shirts. You've stolen all of my shirts.
Troll shirt.
By the way, if anybody doesn't know, this is my better half, Jessica. I don't know. Chris, are you not unmuting? Are you not safe to unmute? Don't know if he's safe to unmute.
I'm safe.
Okay. I know my chat's not safe right now. I mean, we've had.
I think he's eating.
He's eating. I can't tell. But anywho's. Jess, turn your phone sideways.
No.
You're the only one that's not in landscape view. Oh, mutinies.
It's a mutiny. It's a mutiny.
Oh, now she's just frozen.
I just had to.
Yeah, I know. Had to support.
Exactly.
I think we've hit some sort of like trending whatever and showing up on people's feeds because we're hitting all of the trolls.
Hey, I mean, as Cusco once said, bring it on.
Right.
You know. Actually,
By the way, Kat, you have something in your tooth, just a little bit.
I don't trust that.
I mean, if your name's Yzma.
I'm not going for that. I know better than that.
Do you need your own theme song? Or your own lever?
That's Kronk.
Oh.
Cusco is the emperor.
Yes, I know who Cusco is. He's the one that turns into the llama.
He does.
Nobody said you was Cusco.
But you said
I was mentioning other characters from the movie. That was definitely canon.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
I was calling you Yzma, but that's okay.
Wait. Were you calling me Yzma?
I originally called you Yzma. Yes, I did.
Wow, that's freaking rude.
Yzma was one of the cool characters in that movie.
I don't want to be Yzma. No.
Well, would you rather be Kronk?
I mean, to a certain degree, yes, but also no.
Because it make you stupid. Yzma was the smart woman. She was the smart woman of empowering intelligence. I mean, I consider that. I mean, granted, she was the evil bad guy, but that's only because of one person's point of view. She may have been saving that whole fucking country from Cusco, who was just a spoiled brat.
That wasn't the intention, though. It was because she wanted to rule.
Yes, I know. She might have been a better ruler. Who knows? She was smart and intelligent and had a driving force behind her.
Possible. But
Is Rogueberg cannibalizing his own kind? Are you eating chicken nuggets?
I'm eating robin eggs.
Oh, robin eggs. That looks like a pretzel.
Hey, each their own. I'll call it what I want.
Oh, okay.
Here, so you want to see the yolk?
Is it one of them peanut butter ones?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, is it a combo?
Yellow cheese. There you go.
Ew, no, I
Peanut
like
butter.
the pizza. I like the pizza ones.
They didn't have none.
I will not eat combos unless they're the pizzeria ones. Do not like the cheddar cheese ones.
But, well, actually, because the one thing is, I've never shown this on camera before, oddly enough.
Well, don't show your address.
Well, no, it's not that.
Oh, that's your dyno sheet from when you went up there, and what did you have to replace that died on you while you were up there?
That was the brake line that blew up.
Oh yeah, that's right. You blew your stoppies all over the place.
Yeah. That was scary.
I would say so.
You know?
Trust me, I know what it's like to have your brake pedal go to the floor while you're driving.
Well, it didn't actually go to the floor.
Mine did.
There was no foam fluid left in it. But yeah, because it was actually underneath the car. If I had listened, whatever else.
Your kid is turning into a zombie.
Well, I mean, at least she's trying to be intelligent, eating brains. So that's cool.
She says she's tired. Must go to bed before she becomes incoherent.
Fair enough. But it is kind of sad, though, looking at the dyno sheet and how much it drops off so quickly.
They tend to do that. It also could have been when they let go of the throttle.
Yeah, well, because we did up to 5,000 RPM pulls.
Normally?
And we started at...
Normally?
Well, we started at...
Go ahead. Sorry. I have a thought. I'm just trying to hold it.
We started at... We were only doing 2,000 to 5,000, and even though we already knew that 5,000 was going to be a bit much, because valve floats on the stock is 5,200. So we already knew that. But that's just... And honestly... The guy that was doing it, he kind of knows the stuff because talking to him and he was asking pertinent questions about the motor or whatever else like that, and anything I've done, all that different stuff because he needs to input that into the computer.
All right.
So.
Well,
yeah.
I guarantee you with the way that graph looks, you ran out of head flow.
Oh, 100%. I already know that. Yeah.
Yeah, you hit the max limit of what those heads could flow, and that's why it died off so quick. It starved of air.
Yeah, because I don't know if you can kind of see that.
Can.
There you go. Yeah. So, and yeah, and it's like
is tanked though. Your torque is not flat whatsoever.
Because let's see, the torque is the blue one.
Yeah, it should be the upper one because torque hits up high quicker, but it peaked really early and then just died.
Yeah.
Normally, torque has a little bit of it hangs in there for a little while before it drops. Yours just...
Yeah, well, this... And do bear in mind, it was misfiring while it was on the dyno as well. So there is that to consider. But, so, it made the... Actually, because I don't know why he didn't do the max torque that we got... Because we got 227, but it's not actually written here. It's only 221 here for torque.
That's because that's what it ran on that run.
Yeah. Well, this was the best run for horsepower, right. And that's what he was going.
What happens a lot of the times is they'll overlay several runs on top of each other to show you different ones, but that one's just a single run.
Yeah, because we did 6 or 7 pulls.
Yeah.
So
they'll normally lay the top torque and then the top horsepower, or maybe the first and last over top of each other so you can see the difference.
Yeah. Oh, we saw those on the graphs on there, but he didn't print that out. So, I mean, it's fine. But it made peak torque at 2,324 RPM.
I should go all the way up to Canada so we can test the TA when it's done.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know how long of a drive that would be. Give me a half a millisecond here.
Okay, and so this dyno shop is in Calgary, Alberta. If you look that up.
All right, hold on, I'm looking.
Because I'm thinking it's probably like 2,000, 3,000 miles, give or take.
That'd be more miles than are on my car at this moment. It is. It's thinking. It is a 34-hour drive, 2,256 miles.
Yeah. Well, see, and now,
I get to go
but the
through
thing is,
Montana?
you do that. But the thing is, for that, if you went there, I can get you a bit of a discount for the now.
No, I'm pretty sure that I would probably that's all, folks. I would probably spend that discount in gas.
Oh, yeah, a lot more than that in gas.
Considering, okay, so I know that car probably, I don't know what that car would get for miles per gallon.
I can't imagine it being good on gas.
Well, it might be good for what it is. I mean,
yeah,
I know I did not. I remember that it got a.
It'll be a hell of a lot better than what it was.
Mileage going out to Ohio, more than I expected it to. What'd you say, Chris?
It'll be a hell of a lot better than what it was.
Oh yeah, with this freaking fuel injection. What would you say a fair guesstimate would be? 17
on the highway?
15, 17?
I would think probably.
I would think 15 to 20.
I would think actually on the highway, and also, oh yeah, that's right. You guys do weird mile per gallon as well. Because our mile per gallon is a little different.
You got a kilometers per gallon.
Well, no. I convert my stuff to miles per gallon, but not U.S. miles per gallon. I do imperial miles per gallon because they are different.
What the hell is the difference between an imperial mile and a U.S. mile?
Well, imperial gallon versus a U.S. gallon, there is a difference. Go look it up.
Okay, whatever, but we do a gallon. A gallon is a gallon.
It's also, you guys measure gallons differently than the rest of the world. You're one of the few countries that do it.
A gallon is 4 quarts.
Go look it up. Between a U.S. gallon and an imperial gallon are different. Anybody that actually uses the imperial system will use an imperial gallon, not the U.S. gallon. It is different.
gallon to UK gallon. One
they call it UK
gallon is 4.56 liters, 160 ounces. Oh, ours is 120. Ours is smaller.
Yeah.
128 fluid ounces.
When I say miles per gallon, I'm talking imperial miles per gallon, not US.
Yeah.
So it is a little higher. Like this car that I'm in right now gets about 23 miles per gallon.
We have different liquid gallon versus dry gallon.
That's true too. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But yeah, so
a UK gallon is equal to 1.2 US gallons.
Yeah. Because yeah.
So you have one. All right. So 6 gallons of 6 US gallons is equal to 5 UK gallons.
Yeah. So pretty much, we'll put it this way: this car right here gets 23 miles per gallon highway imperial. So I don't know what that equates to. I think it's maybe
Wait, what did you say it was?
21 or 20.
What did you say yours was?
23.
So
Probably 20 to 21 US.
if you are 23, you said 23?
23, yes.
It is 27.6.
There you go.
So you get 27.6 miles to the gallon, which is, you said then your Fox body gets that?
No, I think you did the conversion backwards.
No, I typed in 23 imperial gallons equals 27 US gallons.
Okay, then yeah. Yeah, that's what this thing gets.
That's what the Kia Soul gets. The Kia Soul gets 27 to 31 on average.
That's funny because this is a carbureted V8, and I usually have the top down when getting that kind of mileage.
I don't think you're getting that kind of mileage.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. What is the gas mileage for a V8 Mustang?
Well, bear in mind, this year it would have been fuel injected, but now it's carbureted, and it's not an original style carburetor either. It's also a brand new carb, which makes a big difference. Because even
Right,
the
but
car
still,
next,
that's still going to get worse gas mileage than it would have been fuel injected.
yes and no, because also this motor came out of a T-Bird too.
So what year is it?
The motor's out of an 88, and it's a non-high output motor. So that's the screwy part. Because in the Mustang, the last time they put the non-high output motor, I think it was 84. So that's where I got screwy. Trying to find those numbers. Basically, if you
should be getting around 20 miles to the gallon.
Yeah, well, I do better than that. Because also, I have a C5 automatic with 273 gears. Bear that in mind, too.
Well, this was off of 10 vehicle with around 313 fuel ups and 85,000 miles driven. The 1988 Ford Thunderbird gets a combined average miles per gallon of 20.63 with a 0.68 mile per gallon margin for error.
Well, okay. That's the T-Bird, which is a much heavier.
A little heavier, yes.
Much heavier. This is about a 31 or 3,200 pound car.
So,
the T-Bird is like 38 or 39.
If we go with an 88 Mustang, would it have similar engine?
No. Because those had the high outputs, which had 2 1/4 horsepower.
What about the didn't they make another Ford off of that platform? Was the
You'd have to
still in that?
If you're gonna find the engine specs roughly the same.
I was gonna
Actually,
say,
no, because these heads were only put on the Mustang for 1 year.
What about the Fairmont?
Fairmont's heavier.
Not by much.
200 pounds difference.
That's not much.
It's 200 pounds heavier than this.
You can have a fat person in your car and you weigh about the same then.
Yeah, well, I mean, also, like, my inline 6 Mustang is about 26 miles per gallon.
I don't think your miles per gallon are converting.
They are.
Neither of them should be making that much.
I do the conversions online.
Okay, so give me some stats here. What do you think your average kilometers you travel on a tank?
That's a good question. On this,
Because you fill that tank up in liters, right?
Yeah.
And a U.S. liter is the same thing as a Canadian liter, right?
Well, you guys don't use liters.
We still use liters. We still have a unit for liters.
Okay,
it's
then
not a
it should
general
be
like. The thing is I think Chris can contest with this the same thing. Just because our standard is not metric does not mean that we in the U.S. do not use metric. We do.
Yeah, well,
our soda
I
comes in liters. A bunch of other stuff comes in liters. We do use metric units. It is just not common.
Because I get about 480 per tank.
480 kilometers.
Now, bear in mind, if the convertible, it's only like I think a 48 liter tank.
Well, we got to go with whatever vehicle you're going to go with. We want to go with the V8. So, how many miles per tank do you think you get in the convertible?
Yeah, in this, it's about 480. 480 kilometers. I don't know what that is in miles.
That's fine. I will do the math. Liters to... not liters, kilometers. Kilometers to light years. Way to go, Google. All right, you said a
480.
not to liters, kilometers to miles. What the fuck am I doing?
I don't know.
Right, so
Twilight Zone.
Yeah, right? That is 298 miles. Okay, so there's our one number. Let me get a piece of paper and a pen. So that's our one number, 298. Okay, and how many liters are in that tank?
Now, I'm not sure if it's 48 or 52. So one of
When's the
two.
last time you filled up?
I never run this thing dry.
Right. So if you're running 298 miles, that is the average amount of miles you go between fill-ups, right?
Approximately, yeah.
Yeah. So what is the average amount you fill the car on?
I'm trying to remember. It's been a minute since I filled up the car because gas has been so expensive. It's finally dropped again.
Because that's the number we need. We need the number that you averagely fill it up at.
Let me take a look. I think I have gas receipts.
$100.
That is, there you go. This one's 45.
That sound about
45
average.
liters in it. Give or take. Let's take a look at another one. That one's only 43.
Well, 45 is about 11 gallons. It's more like 12 gallons. 43 is just over 11 gallons. Closer to like 11.4.
Not sure. Yeah, it's going to be around 50 liter tank, give or take.
So we'll go with 11.5 is your average. Unless you start pulling up more receipts that are higher or lower.
Yeah, those are the only two receipts I have. So.
Okay, so we'll go with 45. That's about an average. 45. We'll go with like 11.5 gallons. So, calculator. Don't put the calculator over there. All right, so 298 divided by 11.5. No, you're about right. 25 miles to the gallon.
Yeah.
What did you say you were getting?
Like 23, 24 miles per gallon. It depends. Sometimes this thing is a little.
If you were getting 298 miles,
yeah,
and you were putting in 11.5 gallons of fluid, gas.
Yeah.
That's 25.
Right.
It's closer. It's like 26, 25.9.
There you go. Yeah. See, this thing gets good gas mileage for what it is.
As long as you stay
and the thing. Well, actually, what's really funny about that, this thing, fuel economy-wise, it doesn't matter if you drive it casually or romp on it. It's about the same.
Yeah, my truck gets 17.
Yeah, I'm not shocked about that. My dad's truck
weighs almost 8,000 pounds.
Yeah, so my dad's truck that had no options in it whatsoever and was a rear-wheel drive, single cab, long box. He got, I think, now, I did voodoo one day. I don't know how the hell I did this, and his truck was a 5-speed. I magically got, I think it was 24 miles to the gallon with a 318, and I'm like, could never replicate that. It was once that I did that. And my dad can testify I did that. I don't know what I did.
I think I did better when I had the trip down to Tennessee, because that was just basically all highway. But I have too much tromping around town and bullshit, and I can't keep my foot out of the loud pedal.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny now, because especially in the other car gets slightly better fuel economy than this car, only by like 1 or 2 miles per gallon. It's not optimal. Well, it's not optimal the setup it has currently. Like, it runs pretty good, but it's not optimal for what it is.
Right. But that inline 6 should get more, because it should have a little bit more torque than the V8. Down low.
It does not have more torque. No, it does not.
Down low, under probably 2,000 RPMs when you are getting off of the whatever, which is where you'll use most of your gas, period. Because getting a car rolling from a stop uses more gas than cruising down the road.
That's true. Like that car, like the one thing is, for me to do anything with it, to get any sort of acceleration out of it, I've got to manually shift it. And
but you don't have an optimal transmission setup because you don't have a kickdown on that thing.
Well, it's a C4. It doesn't need one.
We've been through this.
I
disagree. You don't have to have one, but for that transmission to operate as designed, it needs one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. But like the one thing is, okay, even when it still won't like even before we did the carburetor swap and changed that, because that was me and Roy Marco did that. Because even before that, it would only rev to, I think it was like 4,200 RPM then shift. But I found the optimal range to shift the damn thing, if you want optimal acceleration, is about 4,800. So it was slightly off, right?
It's not designed for optimal.
What carb are you running on that cab?
That one has the Motorcraft 2100 carb. I'm trying to remember what CFM it is. I think it's a two-barrel.
But a stock carburetor CFM is different than a performance model CFM.
Yeah, you know, but I'm trying to remember. It's 1.08 on the Venturi, which I believe that's 375 CFM, and it's a two-barrel. So two-barrel to four-barrel is a little different on CFMs as well. But is it optimal for that? No, because that carburetor was optimized for I think it was a 390 Fairlane. So, but two-barrel Fairlane in 67. So, it's a little different. But
that's like throwing my what is it? I forget what the number is, but the Edelbrock that I had, throwing it from my Nova onto the Trans Am. Yeah, it gets it running. Yes, it runs, but it doesn't run well.
Yeah, that thing actually runs pretty good, but
You're doing the opposite, though. You're throwing a bigger carburetor on a smaller engine, not throwing a smaller carburetor on a bigger engine.
Yeah, it doesn't work quite as well.
That's not much different than you know your buddy with the lawnmower carburetor on the full size car. It's a little more extreme, that example, but yes.
Yeah,
it'll do it. It's just not going to. You're not doing any dyno pulls with it. Yes, I know. Although he did a dyno pull. Yes, I know, but you're not getting great numbers from a dyno pull.
No, definitely not. You know, and yeah, because like the one thing is, I know that people that screw with those cars, that's the easier setup. But if you want to spend a little more money and have a much more optimal setup, the Weber carb is so much better for those.
Or you go get yourself the two-barrel Holley Sniper or the Phytech. I'm not going to say Holley is the only option. And you get yourself one of those.
Those don't work well with these until you machine the intake. Because bear in mind, that's an adapter to a one-barrel right now. Right? Mm-hmm. It's not actually... The intake was originally designed for a Holley one-barrel carburetor.
But the electronic ones don't really care about that, because the way that they work, they're looking
for it to be optimal. Because I've talked to guys that have done that swap a lot. Like there's guys in the Vintage Mustang 6 group that are doing that swap all the time. They've actually said that when you don't machine out the intake, it's never quite right. You have to machine the intake for it to be optimal.
For it to learn itself, but you take it to a dyno and let somebody make them graph for it, it'll work just fine.
Yeah, well, nobody's taking these to the dyno unless they turbo them. So there's that, right?
Mine will end up at a dyno probably before not too long after that's in.
Yeah, which is a good idea. Like, and this car now, when I have the head
in your AF ratio.
Yeah, like when I have the head on this.
Do they do
And I
the
have-
full? Do the full distributor swap and everything, or just the throttle body?
They do the distributor as actually. They do the distributor to my distributor that's in mine.
But they don't do one where the throttle body controls the timing.
I'm trying to remember actually.
That's a big difference.
It is. I'm trying to remember because I know a lot of the guys. What they will do, they'll take the stock distributor out of one of those, which is called the Duraspark 2, and they'll also take. Well, they obviously use the Holley ignition system, but they'll take that and they can actually modify it with slightly different internals to make it work with the variable timing with the with the sniper.
Yeah, because if the sniper can't control the timing, that's like obviously that's a big part of creating an optimal tune is being able to control the timing as well.
Yeah, but I mean also but think about it this way too. For it to run optimally, it shouldn't be going big to small inside the intake. It should stay the same.
But the thing is the way that the sniper works, it's looking at, number one, it cannot pull any more air through that system than the smallest CFM opening. It's not like a carburetor where it's designed to flow a certain rate. It has a meter inside of the throttle body that lets it know how much air is being pulled through it. Unless you're forcing air through it, it can't pull any more air through it. So it doesn't matter if it's a 2-barrel, a full barrel, a 6-barrel that you have on top of that. The engine can only pull so much air into a cylinder at once anyway, and that it's got a sensor to tell it exactly how much air is coming through, so it knows exactly how much fuel to put in.
Okay, I don't think you're really listening to what I was saying. Will it work with the setup I have on it right now like that, with the 2-barrel? Yes, it would. But it's not the most optimal setup. People have found that it performs so much better if you
but that's not what I was saying. It will run better than the carburetor you have on it in your current setup. If you were to directly swap the carburetor for the Holley, you will make much more power with the throttle body injection, with it controlling the timing, than you will with the carburetor and the manual vacuum advanced distributor. Not saying
across
comparing
the RPM
that to,
range.
I mean, that would be like me saying comparing my engine running with ported and polished heads and intake being, better than, obviously, yes, there's always a better option, but you got to compare it to your current setup. Will this part be better than the part that I had on it in the current setup that I have? You can't compare it to, if I dropped a race engine and it'd be more optimal. Well, yeah, of course.
Well, I'm not.
I'm exaggerating, but you're basically, if I dropped a ported and polished intake underneath of that Holley, it would be more optimal. Yes, but that's not what we're comparing.
I'm not even saying porting and polishing anything.
You have to.
I'm literally talking about where it mounts to, making it accept a 4 or making it accept
porting.
a 2-barrel.
That's
porting. As opposed. True, but you're not porting out the entire intake. You're not porting the head. You're just doing the intake.
It is still porting. This is what I went to school for. That is still porting. You are port matching the adapter plate to the intake. That is port matching.
I'm saying delete the adapter entirely. That's what I was getting at.
Well, you're still modifying that port. It's still porting.
Okay.
People have been doing it for, as far back as they had the ability to. It is the polishing part is just smoothing it out. But yes, you are porting it.
Yeah.
Technically, I should have ported my intake to my heads. Technically, what I did to my intake to modify it to work better with the Holly was porting it when I took out that whole center section of my intake. Literally.
Okay. See, I always thought that porting was on the actual runner side, not on.
It's any. They're all ports.
Any opening.
An opening is a port. So any opening, if you are machining an opening, it's porting. And actually, it's not even just the openings. If you were machining any passages, I don't care if it's a water passage, an air passage, not really that fuel flows through a passage, but, whatever.
Oil.
The exhaust
oil
gas,
passage
whatever.
For lifter bores or...
that is porting.
Actually, it makes sense. Like, it just... Sorry. Brain don't function the way it used to.
That's fine. We understand this, Cat. Nick is back. He was some not so good news. Apparently, one of the roll cages that Nick helped build or built was involved in an accident today.
Oh, well, hopefully it did its job.
It went across the finish line on its lid. Apparently it didn't do job good enough because he says, now I'm going to spend the week figuring out how I can make the cages stronger. So, yeah. Nick, check out KSR's. If you know what KSR is, if you follow Cletus enough, KSR is one of the guy. He's the guy who made Mullet. Period. The guy who built Mullet. His shop is KSR. He also has the Soccer Mom Camaro.
Well, also, actually, question for him, because is he just using general?
Hold on. Anyway, to give you a second. He has a couple videos of doing the Corvette that he's building for a guy, where he talks about how he does his roll cages and why he does them. I would suggest going and checking out those videos. They're relatively new within the last 2 or 3 weeks, so you should be easy to find them. Okay, Kat, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to ask him as well, because, like, obviously design plays a big part into the strength of it. Yes.
But
also, but not only that, but what type of metal is he using? Like, is he just using general, tube steel, or is he using like
chromoly tubing?
From what it looks like, I guess I don't know if
chromoly. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if he said we use his build kits, but it shifted to the left. The thing is I didn't know if KSR had build kits, but anyway, the thing is he talks about his geometry of where he ties in and how. And that might,
Yeah.
And if your weld snapped off at the frame, either you had a dirty weld or your weld wasn't hot enough.
Yeah.
Or both.
And most of the time they make actual plates. They don't just tie directly into the frame. They make a plate on the frame.
It should have been plated.
They put a plate on they weld a plate to the frame and then they weld to the plate. Jesse almost forgot we were live. He said he almost forgot that it was Saturday. Yeah, you're a little late, buddy. About 2 hours late. And you know what? I think I need to add to my drink. I think I only have one more cold cider left.
Well, see,
and that is a swallow.
Well, see, and until you were saying it in the chat about the tagging of channels, whatever else like that, I kind of forgot it was Saturday.
I don't have a choice to forget what day of the week it is.
Well,
if
even
I forget
like
what
yesterday,
day of the week it is, we don't have a live stream.
Well, even like yesterday.
And I did send way before tagging. I sent the link To the live
Oh, I know.
stream.
I don't really check the chat very often, so.
Because I figured
but-
that people would like to share it early, but.
Yeah, and I did actually. When I saw that stuff, and then I mentioned what I said in the chat, I shared it then. So.
He's being a dish maid, by the way.
Fair enough. But yeah, and Rain, hello.
095 is what we use, but remember this car has been beaten every Saturday for like a year long. But you should still be checking the frame. That should be one of your things that you do before every race as part of your pre-race whatevers, is to go over the welds on that freaking chassis, because you never know, and especially since that one it's not like a regular race car that, you know, sees bumping and rubbing every once in a while. You guys, if you know that you guys get shoved and pushed into all the time, you guys should be checking that.
Well, and also something else too, because I'm curious about. Because does he actually modify the frames at all, or is it just a roll cage?
I don't know.
'Cause
I mean, those are Cavaliers.
True, but still, like, for example, is
Not
he
the
putting
strongest
in
frame to begin with.
No, but like, is he strengthening it by putting subframe connectors in? Right, like that.
There's like literally that wouldn't do anything because there's nothing there.
Well, it makes
it's
it
a
a little
unibody
stiffer,
car.
right?
It doesn't have a second subframe. It's got a front. No, it's got a front K member that ties into the subframe, and then the rest of the whole car is all subframe. I mean, it's all unibody all the way back.
Oh well,
because really
on the Fox bodies, which are that, they have two subframes, one on the front, one in the back.
This wasn't even. It's a neon. I know the Cavaliers, they really don't have a frame section. There's no like big frame. There's no. It's literally all just folded. You know, econo box.
Well, wouldn't it still have a little bit of a box up front, a little bit of a box in the back to tie in?
Not really. There's a little bit of box in the front, maybe, but not much.
Okay.
And in the back, it's just folded sheet metal, at least as far as I'm aware.
So I'm used to my unibodies being Fox bodies, and they have stuff you can tie into.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, like I said, it is a subframe car. The whole car is a frame. The whole structure of the car is designed to spread the impact.
Yeah.
So there's not an actual solid part
on
it. I mean, like I said, I had a Cavalier. I don't remember seeing what anybody would consider a frame. There are some boxed sections, but not like frame boxed. If that makes sense.
Yeah. You know, it does. Like, I know that there are. Actually, I should ask her because she runs
But like you said, it was a neon, not a Cavalier, and I don't know neons.
Yeah, that's true. And the last time I was underneath a neon, I was 7, so I'm not going to remember that.
Well, hopefully, it wasn't being run over.
No, it wasn't. We were installing neon lights on my mom's neon.
Neon for the neons, or neon for the neon.
But it wasn't like, you know, it was, even though it was a long time ago, she actually splurged on the, instead of the bars, she actually got the individual little light things.
Yeah, the diodes. The bars are still full of those anyway. They're just, the bar just disperses the light evenly.
Yeah.
Anyway, he goes, the Cavaliers, we modify the shit out of them. I'm not telling what we do to make them strong.
Fair enough.
Jesse says, I would weld in a large base plate to spread the force wherever the cage... Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, makes sense. Like, I know, because
the wider the area you can spread that load out where that freaking bar is hitting the frame, the better. So you don't have to worry about puncture. But if he said what he said is it broke the welds, then that it doesn't matter how big the plate is. If the weld itself is not strong, then it's going to snap. But we also don't know the force of whatever impact that car took. It may have been at the limit of what that cage can handle to begin with, and it still did its job, hopefully. It's just not going to survive the accident, and it needs to be replaced. If the car doesn't need to be replaced, if the car needs to be replaced, then it did its job
gas
anyway.
money and stuff to be able to go run for a night.
Huh?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Chris?
I was saying it's nice they found the extra sponsorship money to be able to go run tonight, because earlier in the chat he said they had their cars
I don't
parked
think
because
it
too
was.
expensive.
I think somebody else was running their car. We weld to the floor in the back. God, I wish people could. We weld to the floor in the back. The front end gets a whole tube front end. So they do a front half. So they cut the whatever frame arms are in the front. They cut them off, it looks like, and they tube the whole front end. And then they weld straight to the floor in the back. Yeah, because I said there's no frame back there, so I don't know what you're welding to of any structure.
Well, and also, and something else that could equate to it, that even though it's usually dirty or not enough heat or even the tensile strength, it just reached its limit at that point. How old is the rod that you use?
How old is the what?
Well, the rod or the copper reel or even what he used to actually weld it. Right? Because like I'm assuming he's MIG welding. That would be my guess.
Most likely, which doesn't use a rod.
Well, no, but like, what material is he also using for the actual? Because there are different ones, right? For the reels, there's copper, there's steel, there's quite a number of them actually. So that does play a difference too.
Speed limit reduced ahead.
That'd be steel required.
Is that Bertha or
because
Edith?
of regulations. Bertha.
In 1.25 miles.
There's Edith.
Exit 159 on the right to I-440 west, then keep left.
Now, why do you have two GPSs going at the same time?
Speed limit reduced ahead.
That one's the new one that we're trying out. We just got Thursday.
Oh, okay. So it's just a test of it. Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's becoming fun trying to keep up with this.
You want to really get confused? I'll hook up the other old one and we can have three of them going off. And then you can name that one too.
No, thank you. I'm having trouble keeping up with this one.
We can have triplets.
But yeah, so
now
anyways,
he's not talking, so now I can't. We're having a conversation. You can't duck out in the middle of a conversation, Nick.
Take exit 159 on the right to I-440 west, then keep left.
Did I get that one right? Was that Edith?
Yep.
Ah, I'm getting it. Don't die on us there, cat.
You notice Edith has a bigger mouth.
Bertha's just bigger.
Keep left to
We
I-440
can't hear you,
west.
cat.
Yeah. No, really?
Fucking two loudmouths over here taking over the live stream.
Yeah, the goddamn GPSs are interrupting our tantalizing conversation about roll cages.
Yes. Nikolai is interrupting our conversation, even though he's part of the participation. He goes, the whole thing connects together, only the front end and side welds snapped or bent. I am not sure yet. I didn't get to see the car.
Oh, okay.
See, now he's leaning into something. This is going to require him to take pictures and put them up in the chat group
Yes,
so that we can
we
see
need
what
much
he's talking
documentation.
About. This will be is it a requirement for next week's segment?
He has seen one photo someone has sent to him. But Nick, I'll try to find those KSR videos and send them to you. Because he's building a roll cage right now for a customer, and he was talking about it. Anyway, I am out of beverage. Are you two able to hold a conversation?
Oh, I don't know.
That doesn't involve tits?
No.
Wow. I'm just no Chris. I know Chris.
Yeah.
Continue on
What are you trying to
440.
insinuate?
Yeah, I was gonna
We
say.
know that your mind is no cleaner than a mud pit.
Ooh. Fuck.
Are you okay there?
Kind of.
You look like you're being taken over by an alien presence.
I'm not being taken over by an alien presence. I am.
That's something that a person being taken over by an alien presence would say.
Go fuck yourself.
All right, that sounds more like Cat. Okay, we're good. Jeez, way to get Jesse to freaking join back in the chat. We talked about tits, and boom, here he is. Yeah, you know those little nipple things on your brakes that you bleed the brakes with. You know those, and all of the things that are on your
All right.
that are on your suspension pieces that you pump the grease into. You know those kind of tits. You know it's a car channel. What the hell are you talking about? Which are bleeder screws and zert fittings.
Ugh.
Well, I guess I can't leave you alone. Freaking Freebird has decided to flown the coop again. Flown the coop.
The croup.
Oh, look, there's two of him now. He's multiplying.
Oh, that's scary.
Chris, you're multiplying.
Okay. So we won't talk about tits, but in the interest of racing and safety, we'll talk about airbags.
What about ass? You know, those ass ends of those cars are nice. Yeah, by the way, Jess sent me a picture of what that guy was talking about earlier. Yeah, no, it was not appropriate.
Fair enough.
He got us talking about it live on air, and I'm freaking annoyed. I don't know what I'm looking at. He sent me a picture, but it doesn't know if it's
Picture, the race car damage?
car. It doesn't show the car in an accident. It's just a picture of the car, or of the cars on the track, but not a picture of the car. Oh no. I'm not sure if this is going to show up because it's on my freaking phone. But do you see it up against the wall, red car?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
It took me a minute to realize that was there.
Yeah, it'd be upside down.
Because the whole picture was this. Didn't notice the red car off in the very far corner until like looking at it for a bit. But that doesn't necessarily say anything about the damage. It just, I mean, cars end up on their side or on their lids. Well, not all the time, but often enough.
Well, see, and that's the one thing with this car, because eventually what we're going to do, and oddly enough, the subframe connectors might actually be put in fairly soon here, because I have them. I just need to install them. But
how dare that race car take a nap in the middle of the race?
It just keeled over. It didn't take a nap. It keeled over. That's it. Keeled over.
What it did, it's like it's a dog, right? A dog in a race. And
Wait. I understand what it was.
I'm listening.
He was having a NASCAR. He was having a NASCAR moment, and that was the end of the stage. He saw the yellow flag come out and said, "I'm going to take my break right here."
Take a break right now.
Well, see,
yeah, since we're doing all that stage racing in NASCAR now.
Well, see, no, it's because the problem is though, like he
didn't even make it very far.
So no, okay, so
wasn't overweight, only making it 5 laps.
Well, no, what it is, it's like, you know, you've seen those Greyhound races where they're chasing a fake rabbit, right?
Right.
So it was doing that, but then it realized I'm not going to catch it, screw it, and just flopped over and wanted a belly rub.
Oh, there you go. They did realize that there's a lot more laps than 5, and they had plenty of time for racing, and they didn't need to take each other out on lap 5, right?
But see, and that's the one thing actually that I'm not sure how we're gonna tie it in. We're gonna figure it out, because once I have the subframe connectors, obviously we're gonna tie in. I want to put a roll bar in the car, and it's not gonna be like it will be actually a strength piece, but it's not gonna be like crossbars tied in. I don't think.
You just want a hoop?
Because I do want. Huh?
You just want a hoop?
Well, like I just want like a crash bar. But
But you should still have one tied to the back. It's got to be tied in either forward or backwards. Otherwise, it's not much. It doesn't have much strength.
We're gonna figure it out 100%.
A lot of the times they'll throw a triangle brace backwards because you got to triangulate the frame. If you just have a hoop there with no triangulation, it's got no strength.
Yeah, well, we might have to cut into the interior a tad. We'll have to see. Because when we do it, like, the one thing is what he does, because he actually does really nice work on stuff, and he does it quickly.
Ricky Bobby moment.
Because with his 1,000 horsepower Duramax, like, he built the cage from scratch himself. So, and it has passed tech with that cage, and the thing runs like 920 in the quarter. so I do trust him with that.
The person that flipped her car is called Wreck-It Ralph for a reason, because he has totaled 4 cars before him.
Nice.
2 miles. Keep right toward Hot Springs.
All right, Edith.
Your connector's tubular or rectangular?
Mine are rectangular. They're physically designed, and oddly enough, they will actually tie into, if you want them to. They can tie into the seat mounts, actually. So you can have the studs go straight through it if you want. Actually, well, here I can grab one.
All right. Well, while you're driving, when you come back, I'll go run and grab a drink.
Towards I-30 West.
I'm eating a bunch of pistachios with no drink. No, I thought I brought my iced tea in. I guess I didn't. Oh, I upgraded the background if nobody noticed. I have the light on in the bench, and then I have different stuff scattered around, but I doubt anybody sees that on that tiny screen. He drives like it's Sunday morning going to church. I don't know anybody that drives that crazy going to church. And then again, I don't go to church, so.
Keep right toward Hot Springs.
Keep
Keep left toward I-30 West.
So, got my vinyl in, and it is.
You made the right choice on that.
What?
You made the right choice on that.
What?
It's a good design. Your vinyl.
Yeah, see, the black onyx, which is a 4-way stretch. I'm obviously not going to bring in the what I bought, like I think 3 yards, maybe 2 yards. I think I bought 3 yards. But this is that is the pattern that I went with. But I had to lay it out in the sun because it came in a box, so there's creases in it. Which I had the option to buy it on a roll, but... Alright, while you show that off, I'm going to go run and get a drink, because I am thirsty.
Okay. Yeah, because I have 2 of these, obviously. These are my subframe connectors. And they are a bolt-in style, but you can weld them in if you want to. So basically, like, now these are nice and painted, but we're gonna have to grind this all the way back down to metal to weld it. But these are gonna go on this car actually. So
That flat plate go to the front side.
yeah, it I think it goes that way actually. So just like that,
Okay.
and it ties the front and rear subframes together. So it does a lot to the rigidity of these things, actually.
Yeah, 'cause my SE's got a set of frame connectors on it, and in the T-top cars especially, you notice it a lot. Depending on the engine, you can hear a lot of flex in the body.
There's a lot of flex in our
If you're not connected.
There's a lot of flex in our Firebirds, even without the freaking proofs cut.
Yeah.
But like the one thing is, these aren't like super. Even for a convertible, they're super flexy. But it's enough to where, like, to be honest, this car. Because the one thing is, the bracing between V8, V6, and 4-cylinder convertibles are different.
Well, there's a bracing difference in the Trans Ams. I think doesn't the WS6 cars get an extra bracing in them?
Yes.
I gotta find that
Along with
bracing.
the bigger sway bars.
Yeah, I have the big sway bars in my car. Pretty sure I do. Not the.
Does yours have the connectors in it for
Mine?
your subframe, or yeah?
Mine does not have subframe connectors.
That'll be something you'll wanna think about doing, because it makes a major difference.
I don't know if I have the room for it with what I have currently.
Oh, you should.
I plan on dumping the exhaust valve after the subframe.
Oh, well, here's the thing that you
If you're not
can
gonna run it
do.
all the way out the back, then yeah, you.
Well, actually, because something you can do before you fully run it out the side to exactly where you want to do, you can try and invest in subframe connectors, which, to be honest, you can either buy some or just build it yourself, because it's really not that difficult. And do that, and then just run it right underneath of that.
No,
right?
There's not enough clearance underneath that car.
Yeah, ain't no ground clearance.
You realize my car sits
Your
like
option
2.5, 3 inches off the ground now.
Your option in them is either one, do something with a flat plate and notch it for the pipe to go out.
Yeah,
Or
Cat.
put
If I'm
put a
laying on the
bigger piece of
ground,
pipe in the connector.
Yeah.
And run your pipe through it.
Yeah. Cat. If I'm laying on the ground without subframe connectors in it now, I can almost not get my arm underneath the car.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was sat that low.
Where the subframes are, I can only get my forearm underneath that car.
Now, why the hell do they make those so low? Jesus.
Which is why I was telling you last week when we were talking about the wheels, I want to go with a bigger wheel to fill out the opening, because I can't lower the car any further down to take up that gap in the wheel well.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I understand that.
I scrape
yeah.
on the ground now.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize you were quite that low. That's all. So
yeah, when you're sitting in those cars, you
They
literally
were
feel
built
like
that
you're
low
dragging
for
your ass
center
in
of
the ground.
gravity and ground.
Go ahead, Chris.
Center of gravity and cornering. That's why they could out corner a Corvette in stock form.
They are fucking low. They are fat, low, and wide.
Yeah, see, I'm used to my Mustangs,
And
but
they'd outskid a stock Vet.
Yeah, they out G of that.
That doesn't shock me, considering.
Considering they're heavier than a Corvette.
Yeah, but like, okay,
But that's
obviously.
Also, do you remember me telling you about where the engine sits in that car compared to a normal car?
Yeah, so I do remember you telling me that.
It
well,
sits
also,
further down and further back than it does in a standard Firebird.
Yeah, well, and also, I was gonna say, well, also a Trans Am, if I'm not mistaken, has more power as well than a Corvette.
Depends on which engine was in the Corvette and what year.
Okay, your year of Firebird Trans Am.
79, yeah, nothing was touching a 79 TA.
Exactly. So that's what I'm getting at. Like, obviously, yeah.
Nothing.
Earlier C3s with a 427 is a little different, but
but earlier C3s when they were running the 427s, the Firebirds were running a 455.
And we still out corner them.
Yeah. That's the one thing when everybody talks about, hey, look how badass the Corvette was. The Corvette got whooped by most of its competition. That's the funny part.
Mm-hmm. Mainly Pontiac because DeLorean had a vendetta against the Corvette because they stole his idea to build the Corvette.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
When you literally see your creation that was supposed to be a Firebird, it was turned down and said, no, you can't build that. And then like three or 4 years later, they use it to build the Corvette. It's kind of like smack in the face.
The original renditions of the Banshee look like the Stingray.
It is the Stingray. Not looks like. If you put both of them next to each other, it is literally the second gen Corvette.
Yeah. Well,
or third gen, I forget.
Second gen.
Third gen, yeah. Because that
Yeah, C3.
yeah, the Banshee was a C3, yeah. And yeah, like it is wild though with the because it wasn't just Pontiac whatever, because also like people that were playing around within GM, like Buick for example at the time too, they were kicking major ass in the 60s, 70s, and even through the 80s.
Anything that came close to competing with the Corvette got the axe.
Yeah, it's just it's so sad, because just what could have been. Like, could you imagine if Buick was able to continue on with the Grand National and continue building it, like continue building their performance car to this day, and not obviously not the same. You're not going to use the G body for longer than that, but you know what I mean, right? Like if they use the Camaro platform, for example, and built it off of that afterwards or whatever, that would have been freaking incredible. But
no, they should have kept it with the G body because that's what it was on.
Well,
if you jump to a different platform, then it should have a different name.
Not really.
My opinion.
Well, think about it this way, because yes, the Grand National was on the G body, of course, but that can date its lineage back to the Buick DSX, which was a Skylark.
Yeah, but it's still the same platform. It's just a name change. It's like saying the Firebird and the Trans Am. Huh?
They were not on the same platform.
The GSX and the Skylark?
Oh, they were, yes. But what I was referring to, because the GNX that's its lineage, is the GSX, right? The GNX is just an evolution.
The performance package is the difference. It wasn't the Grand National is a
Buick Regal.
Yeah, Buick Regal.
Yeah, well, I know that. Yeah, of course.
That's like saying, okay, the Z24, the Z28, yeah, they're all Z cars. So yes, the package may have gotten a lineage, but they didn't call the GNX a GSX and pin it on a different platform.
Well, no,
they just took the.
You're not getting what I'm. Just forget it.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Yeah, because you do that a lot. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, I'm not saying obviously they're different cars. No shit. Yeah, for one's not quite. May as well be a full size. Actually, it was full size GM at the time, and yeah. But what I'm getting at though is because the GSX Stage 4, which people don't talk about, was king shit. Nothing touched it back then, other than Hemi cars that were tuned correctly could touch GSX Stage 4. But it's the same thing, right? With the GNX, nothing touched the GNX.
Right, but
at all.
I guess I don't
like,
get where calling
like. Well, they still could have continued on with like the Grand National, for example, after that on different things. Like they kind of sort of tried with the continuing on with some hotter Regals and whatever else, but it never quite was the same, obviously. But if they were able to if they were able to not be constrained by GM, and they could have continued on with the name and actually keep building on stuff, even if it's on a slightly different platform, it's not a big deal, I don't think. Because the one thing is, you're thinking about it from today, right? You're thinking about it of, well, okay, the GNX as the G-body, right? Well, what if it evolved from that? What if it went to, like, the W platform and they built a really, really badass car, even though it may have been front-wheel drive, but to have, a 300-plus horsepower front-wheel drive car that just decimated everything, right?
But then it wouldn't be the Grand National. That's kind of my point.
Well, to be fair, the Regal in the 90s, even though it was just a front-wheel drive, little sedan thing, but if they continued on with the Grand National name on the Regal, because bear in mind, a plain Jane Regal is nothing special.
No, it never was.
It's just
like saying like a plain Jane Firebird's nothing special either.
Yeah, well, plain Jane Firebird, excluding the V6s and whatever else, we're still a performance car then.
No.
That's difference. The
No.
Regal wasn't.
Chris, difference between a regular Firebird and a Trans Am, driving wise.
Oh, I know there's a ton of difference, but what I'm getting at, the Firebird was always designed as a performance car. It just was. It doesn't mean that, oh yeah, it's a hotter version, obviously.
The factory Firebird.
But it's no different than, okay, the Mustangs, but the Mustang is as a sports car, regardless of what motor was put in it, right? They were always designed as a sports car, just like the Firebird. It was always designed to be that, always designed to be a sports car.
The standard Firebird does not handle or drive anywhere near what I would consider sports car.
Jesus Christ, no shit. Like, honestly, Sean, no fucking shit. But I mean, seriously, a fucking Firebird is still a performance car, for God's sakes. It doesn't matter. The V6s later on, obviously not really. But a Firebird was always designed from day one to be a sporty car, bar none, right? And to be a little bit of performance. From day one, it was like that. That's why, like, you know, the 6-cylinder Firebirds, even in the 60s, they were overhead cam and they actually produced a decent amount of power. Same thing. It was always a performance car. Doesn't mean that, oh yeah, a Trans Am variant is a way more badass car. No duh. But, you know, it's like, look at a Dodge Challenger, for example, right? When they unveiled the Challenger in 1970, that was always a performance car. You can get Hemi versions that were a way more badass version than a 318, but a 318 is still a respectable performer. Same thing. Same thing.
I agree to disagree.
Whatever, I'm done.
Wow. Just wow. Allowed to have
Pony car wars.
Huh?
Pony car wars.
Yeah, I guess. I just thought I was allowed to have an opinion. I didn't have to necessarily agree with her. I mean, I don't always agree with everybody. I don't get pissed off when somebody else doesn't agree with me. But, okay. Yeah, hopefully she'll be back when she cools off. That's fine. There's no ill feelings here. Just kind of
Challengers, Mustangs, the Firebirds, the Camaros.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
it was all part of the pony car wars.
A standard Firebird doesn't handle better than another car, and it's, you know, it doesn't have a decent freaking suspension. It doesn't have.
Yeah, they didn't get that into the other formula because the formula shared the same suspension package that the Trans Am.
Exactly, that's different. The formula was the sporty version of the Firebird. This base Firebird was just a fancy-looking grocery getter.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the difference between a Mustang LX and a Mustang GT. Same thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, the standard
Four-cylinder,
Firebird,
six-cylinder versus the V8.
I don't think the standard Firebird had a rear sway bar in it at all. It definitely had the little, 1 1/4 or whatever inch sway bar in the front. You know, obviously, it just.
It was made to aesthetically look the same, but
aesthetically, Jesse's saying that
whether Camaro or Firebird, they look stupid without spoiler.
Right, they do look stupid without. But Jesse's saying that they were built as a sports car, and I don't think the base birds were. To be sporty looking, maybe.
Look sporty, yeah.
But they were not sporty. They were hot garbage.
They were.
And I'm not talking about the Mustangs or the Challengers, because I don't think there's much of a suspension difference between a low-end Challenger and the Hemi Challengers. Don't think they really put much into the suspension and all of that stuff when they did those. It was appearance and motor that mainly went into those, as far as a difference.
Yeah, and it was performance oriented. You had your, like, the dual quads or the scat packs, you know, and then you had the automatic and the pistol grip shifter and the stick shift.
Whereas the Firebirds, there's a big difference. Suspension and pretty much a lot of it was different between the Firebird, the Formula, and the Trans Am.
Spring, sway bars, and the brake package.
And where they put the engine, like I said, the Trans Am engines, you had to buy. They have special motor mounts just for the Trans Ams. Remember me trying to hunt
Yeah, I
them
think they're
down?
what a 2-inch set, 2 or 3 inch setback
And
versus the other
down
ones.
and back. They are down
Yeah.
lower and further back in the engine bay. And I even had to move my cross member to get them to go in, because there's different spots on the frame for the cross member for the different location. Why did they change so much stuff? Performance.
Engine package.
Well, engine package, handling package. There's a reason why on the engine dashes for the Trans Ams it says something about performance tuned suspension or whatever.
Yeah, radio tuned suspension.
You know, they literally changed everything to get the center of gravity down lower, to get the car to corner better, and to get back in the gas quicker. There's a different, like, you can run a Firebird on a track and run a Trans Am on a track, even if you were still using the same engine, and the car will handle a lot differently. Jesse?
He was a man
Jesse
ahead
goes,
of his time if they could have gave him free reign to do what he wanted.
Right. Jesse says, do they handle better than the Mustang? In 1979, it hands down beat every other car on the market. Cornering, 0 to 60, everything. Those cars
almost a full G on skid pad.
Now, are they going to handle compared to a new car? No. But in 1979, they outbeat every other performance car that was on the market by a good bit. You know, granted, yeah, they're working with a bigger engine most cars came with, but with that bigger engine, you know, should have been a handling drawback, and it wasn't.
Because of the set down and the set lower and set back.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse,
when
I swapped into the
front to rear ratio.
Yeah, when I swapped the Pontiac 400 in my car, I literally had to go hunt down special. It wasn't just a matter of finding Pontiac 400 motor mounts. I had to find specific motor mounts for the Trans Am.
That's why you drove 3 hours to get them out of somebody else's car.
Yeah, I did. I drove all the way out to Philadelphia, pulled them out of somebody's car to get them. I did have some sent to me, but they weren't. I didn't know how long they were going to get there, and I had to get the car on the road. No, sometimes
were they the right ones when you got them, or were they the wrong ones when you finally did get them?
Huh? No, the ones that I got out of the car, out in Philly were the right ones. The ones that ended up showing up at my door were the right ones. The ones that got sent with my engine, when I bought the engine, they were for a standard Pontiac 400. They were Pontiac 400 engine mounts, but they were for a standard car.
Yeah.
Which didn't set the engine in the right place. And custom mounts are not always better. Sometimes the original manufacturer gets it right. You know, and I could have put custom mounts in it, but it doesn't mean that the engine would sit in the right place. And if the engine doesn't sit in the right place, and none of the other stuff like the shaker and none of that stuff fits in the right place. You know, so, you know, it was, again, you know, I'm not saying that the Trans Am is better than any other car. I'm just saying that there were reasons why it did things, and there's a reason why there's a big price difference between the base Firebird and the Trans Am.
Speed warning. Go straight ahead.
They're not that hard. You just gotta find them. I think it's harder to find a Pontiac 400 shaker for a 79 than it is to find the engine mounts. Because they technically use the same engine mounts from the beginning to the end, and they ran more Pontiac 400s than they did a lot of the other things. Am I right, Chris? It's just 79, 80, and 81, Pontiac 400s were scarce. Well, or non-existent.
Yeah, because they quit building them in 77.
79 was the last year for the Pontiac 400, and the only reason they ended up in frickin' Trans-Ams in 1979 was because there was a crap
They were
ton.
holdovers.
Yeah, there was what? It wasn't even that many. But there was a decent amount of them left over from 1978. They were not supposed to be in cars in 1979.
Yep.
And that's why you can only get them if you had a 4-speed and not in California.
Continue on I-30.
You could not get a Pontiac 400 in California. You could only get the Oldsmobile 403 or the 301 Pontiac.
Actually, when you explore said such things of that nature, you couldn't get any performance-oriented vehicle with a stick shift in California because of the California emissions laws.
Yeah,
They were all automatics.
which to me doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, CARB.
Yeah. Opposite of CARB, maybe. But yeah, I mean, I don't know Mustangs, I don't know Dodge, but I know I have done so much research on these Firebirds and Trans-Ams. What, 71, 72, somewhere around there is when the California laws went into place?
Yeah, the first idiotic shit.
They kind of came in with the very first wave of all of the emission shit. It is because of them we have the emission shit.
Vacuums, vacuum lines, and then air pumps, and then the charcoal canister, and just yada, yada, yada.
But yeah, I mean, like, I can't speak for the other manufacturers. I mean, I know with like the Novas, my 4th gens, there really isn't any difference between the base model and the hopped up SS, even though they didn't run SS in my year. You know, you had the standard base Nova, you had the Nova Custom, and I think that was it. I don't think there was a sporty model.
Did they have a deluxe?
Oh, no, they had an SS. It was an appearance package only. The SS was stripes and like gauges. Other than that, there was nothing different. They got you a stripe package and the gauges in the center console.
When's the last year they came with the 350?
75.
75. Then they went to
76 was the 305.
Did they ever use the 307 in those?
I don't think so. I think it was a 305. You got the 305, and then you had the 250 inline 6. I think that was the only two options you had. From 76 onward. So, and there really wasn't even any suspension upgrades. I mean, they had the base suspension out of a second gen F body in the front. That was the biggest difference between the 3rd gen and the 4th gen Novas. Was the 4th gen's got the F body front suspension. It kept the previous generation's rear suspension. Other than that, I think there wasn't really any difference. So, and then as performance-wise, there really was nothing. Maybe gear ratios.
Yeah,
everything was all freaking just, flashy.
Mass produced, get it out the doors.
The difference between the different models was appearance. Whether you got the fluffy, comfy seats or the base vinyl seats, whether or not you had a tack in your dash or just a freaking dummy dash, whether you had the dummy lights or an actual working volt and coolant temperature and all of that. Yeah, bucket seats versus bench seats, striping packages, whether you had the whatever they call those little quarter tops, or you had a full vinyl top, because they made those too.
Yeah, Xanadu, whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, the funny thing is if you take those little quarter tops off the back end, there's instead of it having a little tiny window that you can see from see out of, it's got a full quarter window underneath of it. It's a full size quarter window underneath of that top. If you've ever seen a quarter top Nova versus like a full vinyl top.
Okay.
They just add a bunch of padding and stuff and trim to hide the majority of the window. It's kind of funny.
Not a big fan of any of the vinyl tops on them.
I want to convert my Nova
no matter what the car was.
I want to convert my Nova to a full vinyl top. The ones that come down the A-pillars.
Good when they're sealed, but once the seal breaks, then you got a rust pocket potential.
I don't think the car will be around long enough. In fact, I'm worried about cars being around at all, or any of our generations.
And pretty soon you'll be able to start your own museum in your garage.
Right. I actually have the metal trim that goes from the rear quarter window down around the back to the back glass. It's the only trim you need to separate from a vinyl top car to a full metal roof. The little trim that goes from the quarter window to around to the rear glass. That's it.
Yeah, you know the day is screwed whenever you go to the parts store, your high performance store, supplier, race shop, whatever.
And they're not there anymore?
Well, I mean, they could still be there.
When they carry batteries?
When the point comes, I ain't even going there. I'm saying when it gets to the point that you go there and you can no longer get hop up or engine upgrade pieces from the small block Chevy, you can do.
I have a feeling when you go in there and you go into your speed shop and it looks more like an old Radio Shack.
Yeah.
Than a parts store.
They won't even look like that.
No, you'll walk in, it'll be a computer and it'll be whatever subscription you can unlock in your car.
Yeah. Here, you can buy this chip and plug it in. It'll do this.
Not even. It won't even be a chip and plug it in. Everything will already be on the car. It's just what have you paid for to unlock?
Be a satellite link. It won't even be a plug-in deal anymore.
No. I mean, you heard the whole BMW bullshit, right?
No, I didn't actually, to be honest.
BMW, not in the United States, but BMW in other countries, heated seats are built into every car. You have to pay a subscription to be able to use them.
Oh, shit.
Microtransactions for your car.
That's ridiculous.
So you bought a car that has all of these options, but they're not turned on unless you pay for the subscription to have them on. God forbid if you forget to pay your freaking, your airbag.
Absolutely crazy.
God forbid you don't pay your airbag subscription. Or what happens when the car just won't start because you didn't register it? Or it's out of inspection. Oh, inspection was out last week. Guess what? Car doesn't run. Just get the base model and add a few switches. Yeah, have you ever tried to freaking, have you ever seen people trying to fuck with a Tesla? And the unlocked Teslas, they just shut down and don't work. They turn into bricks. Why you don't see a whole lot of them being freaking revived from Copart. Even Goon Squad tried to restore one. By the way, Jesse, your wheels do look great. And then Yeah, there's the same reason. Yep. I don't buy new vehicles because I like ones I can work on. I don't want to have to take it to a shop for them to charge me freaking... Oh, they're just paid. Wow. Oh, you picked up new ones. So I'm going to share... Jesse got new rims, or new wheels for his F-250. We'll bring them up.
Definitely got yo-yo bird service tonight.
Yeah, you do. Keep flying the coop on me. He got new tires, and he painted the rims white. They look pretty good. I think he has one of them with a picture.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, there's one. They do look good.
Are they a mud terrain style, or what's the tread design on them?
Oh, they look like mud trains. I'm trying to be of good. They're Goodrich. They are all-terrain TAs or mud terrain TAs. I can't tell. There are 265, 75 R16s. They're mud terrain TAs.
All right. Nice looking wheel.
Yeah, I might have to run them on my truck next time. Because I'm not going to be able to find the tires that are on my truck now. I don't think I'm going to find them again. They've been literally not being produced for how many years? Let me see if I can find some. I can get the new Mud Claw Extremes. Even they're expensive though. Yeah, they don't sell the regular original Mud Claws. The other reason I don't like the new Mud Claws, they got too much stuff on the sidewalls. That's why I liked my original regular Mud Claws. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to get the extremes if I want to get new ones from Mudclaw, and they don't look the same.
How do they hit you for those, Jesse, a piece?
Jesse, how much you pay? Well, KM3s at a 2575 R16.
Damn.
What do you say? 310? Yep, that's what they have. They came up here as 311 from Summit Racing. I don't know if I like the tread design on those. They look good from the side, but I don't know if I like the tread design on them. That's just a personal opinion. That's not a knowledgeable opinion, let's just say. I have no idea what mine are. Yeah, mostly just avoid Cooper. Well, that's who makes Mud Claws, Cooper. They're just not Cooper branded, but they're made by Cooper. But yeah,
You like
they
Cooper
were
tires?
running what? What, Chris?
You don't like Cooper tires?
I don't know. Apparently, Jesse says he avoids Cooper tires. I don't know why.
That's what we have on the, I believe it's the 84 Trans Ams, the Cooper Cobras.
I have Hanoks on the Nova. I don't know what's on the TA. I never even bothered to look. Or whatever was on the car when I bought it. I don't know. The Mud Claws are not expensive. I paid less than $200 a tire. And I'm running 33 by 12. 17s. Well, the thing is don't last good because they're probably soft. There's a difference. If you're looking for a tire to last long, it's going to be a hard compound tire, which means it's not going to work as well in the environment that you want it to. It depends on what you want. I mean, if you're running a mud tire because you want to run a mud tires aren't going to last real long to begin with.
Not on the road.
To. So you got to understand.
You get 50,000 out of them, you're doing lucky.
No. They're an all-terrain tire. Yeah, but again, still all-terrain. It's not designed for strictly street use. So it's going to give up a little to be useful off-road. Harder compound tire. This is the BFG's last look better. It's just a harder compound tire.
So we got a set of BFG all-terrains on the Suburban.
You know what?
Brand new spare.
I have seen more BF Goodrich tires being almost damn fucking bald because people can't afford to put new ones on the truck. It's your biggest issue.
They're salty.
You know, yeah, something might be better, but, you know, they're not any good when they only have less than a quarter inch of tread left on them.
This Formula test that they dodge a dead deer lane in the middle of the road really, really well.
What, the BF Goodriches?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not saying they're a bad tire.
We're coming back from Christmas. We just left your sister's down there in Texas. Might have driven an hour, if that, run into this big fog bank. And we saw a flash of brake lights in front of us, maybe a quarter mile ahead in the fog. And we get up here, the vehicle ahead hit a deer laying right in our lane. It's just a quick zag your shoulder and zag back on the road that quick. Yeah, long enough. She didn't even get the what the hell out of her mouth before we were back in our lane.
I don't know if my truck would make that juke and jag only because of its height and weight. I might be a little top heavy in that situation. It might make the one direction, but it may not make the other one. And I don't think that's anything to do with tire, but it is a pretty high sidewall.
It was a juke right and juke back left while we were accelerating and get back in the road.
Yeah, like I said, under acceleration, my back tires would be coming out from underneath me.
Yeah, well, like I said, you got a pickup. That's a full-size Suburban with a land yacht.
Yeah, I got a pickup with a freaking limited slip rear diff, mud tires with a high sidewall, and it's lifted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have anything going in my favor of sports carness.
Yes, you do.
What, the limited slip rear?
No, you'd be like some of them other parking garages in store, mall, strip,
So I
parking
just
lot
put a
videos.
bunch
You
of
see
crap in the
where
bed of my
you
truck
can
to get the
drive,
back end to sit and
you
ride
can
on
drive
the
on top of the sports car.
Oh yeah, I can drive on top of the sports car. Let the sports car drive underneath me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think my truck would do the moose test very well. Do you know what the moose test is, Chris?
Crunch.
No, it's a test that the government that they designed for automotive safety, which basically is what you guys just pulled with the deer. It's the quick left and then slap back right and then the left again. You know what I mean? It's just a quick whatever. It's what the Ford Explorers or whatever were failing back in the late 90s with the
Yeah, and
Firestone
they were
tires.
trying to claim it was the tires blowing out.
Yeah.
The tire blew out because of the sudden evasive maneuver that overloaded the sidewall.
Yep. But yeah, that was the test that it would fail, is the moose test, which is just the quick swerve.
That's why I said, in your truck, crunch.
Yeah, I'm just going to run it over. I'm not even going to try to swerve because it's going to hurt more. I'd rather stay on my lid, just have a smashed front end than to freaking roll the truck. I've seen what these Dodges look like rolled.
Front clips are easier to replace than the whole, total.
Those trucks take a pretty
deer,
decent impact in the front. They don't. They still take a decent impact rolling, but not as well.
There's another deer in the edge of the road. Y'all dumbass come out here trying to commit suicide tonight.
Yeah, there's a crap ton of them up here. Makes me afraid to go to work in the morning. Get PTSD.
So I'll guarantee it.
I get PTSD going up that road every morning.
You need to go talk to one of your farmer friends in the area. Get one of them big hay forks they got in the back of the tractor and just stick it out the front of your truck.
Maybe. I've seen some old trucks fail pretty poorly with some freaking accidents that they shouldn't. Your truck is not also in the same condition it was when it left the factory. Pretty sure it might have some weight reduction in it somewhere. All it takes is a little bit of freaking weight reduction. Yeah, your bumper might be thick, but how's the frame behind it? Right? It don't matter how thick the bumper is if it's attached to Swiss cheese. This truck has no rust.
Good luck trying to say that's just a crush zone.
He says his truck has no rust. I do see surface rust on his truck, which that's different. It's not a PA truck. My truck's frame
ain't got
doesn't
nothing to do
have
with
any
PA.
rust. Huh?
It ain't got nothing to do with PA.
No, Ohio trucks don't look much better either. In fact, they look a lot worse.
Yeah, or New York State trucks.
You want to go down to Jersey?
Trucks, New Hampshire trucks.
Jersey, you're lucky to be driving around
Montana
holding the
trucks.
steering wheel. We know what you mean.
Hell, I can remember when I lived in Cleveland. You see these big ass Cadillac Fleetwoods and out with plywood rear quarter fenders because the body rust out, and they just take a piece of plywood and they cut out a wheel opening and just wire tie the dang thing into the fenders.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, my car's fixed. Oh, so I'm not looking away. Oh, there's no inspection out here. Tim, no wonder.
There'd be no cars on the road.
Yeah, they have no inspection. You see some of the inner city now, some of the vehicles are running around and they're legal.
Yeah, you get a quarter size hole of rust on your car in the right place and it'll fail inspection here in PA.
Which is hilarious. They let you patch with duct tape. It's not a hole no more. It passes.
And it is actually true duct tape. It's the aluminum foil tape.
Not a hole no more. It passes.
It's metal.
Did that to a boy one day. Did that same thing. So, you got a hole there. That'll let fumes in the car. I can't pass that.
Don't look. Don't turn around. Don't look. I'll fix it.
I went out in the park anyway. I went out in the parking lot. And I run Took a wire brush, scraped the dirt off the outside, and I run a bunch of tape over it. Went inside and took the side panel off, run a bunch of tape over it on the inside. Went back in and said, "You want to take a look at this? What? I fixed it." What? You never left? Yeah, look inside, look outside. There's no hole no more. Ain't no fumes getting in there. He just shook his head. Yeah, you're right. I said, no, I'm going to do a better job now, but I need the sticker on the car now. That's where they pass that shit that if they find something wrong, you're not allowed to come back. You got to wait 24 hours to show that you actually left and fixed it before you can come back and have it checked again.
Yeah. He just looked at it and said, like, I didn't even, like, he passed it there. Actually, no, he told me he didn't pass it because I needed to do the wheel hub. The not the wheel hub, the outer bearing on the axle. Because it was leaking fluid onto the brakes. Which is fine. But he told me when he was there, he said, hey, grab some of that aluminumized tape or whatever and throw it down the frickin' side over these holes and I'll pass it. He literally told me to cover it in tape.
Mm-hmm.
And it was more so for the rough edges than it was for getting into the body of the car.
Pretty much. They can run their hand over it and catch their hand on it. It doesn't pass.
Right.
Which is just weird. It's got a sharp edge. It'll catch it. A kid can rub against that and cut themselves. Man, there ain't be no kid around my damn vehicle like that. It's not like I drive it to the supermarket
are there
or the
kids
mall.
on the highway?
Well,
if I got kids on the highway trying to touch my truck, there's an issue.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's letting their kids play in the road?
Yeah, kids. I remember we were kids once.
Yeah.
Oh, young and dumb. We used to have great fun. We lived.
Yeah, we put on roller skates, put up nets on the end of the freaking road, and played hockey right in the middle of the street.
Used to love the fall. We did even better than that. My aunt lived right on the side of US Route 6.
Did you go sledding down into the road?
And that is, no, better than that. It was a flat sidewalk right out to the edge of the road, and there was about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch lip where the pavement met the sidewalk. Well, come fall of the year when the apple tree shed its apples, we collect all the apples. Oh, you gathered apples so your aunt and your mom can make apple pie? Yeah, whatever. Well, then we'd sit at the back of the porch, and we had this long ass. We were bowling, but we were bowling for cars. It was a great game. We had one of us having to roll the apple off the thing.
I think they have the pastime of throwing rocks off of bridges here in the PA. See.
Correct. And we found the side of a state patrol car. I did not see that. I've seen something like that happen.
What, the rocks off the bridges?
Yeah, rocks, bricks, cement blocks.
Yeah,
pumpkins and
That's
Halloween.
happened quite a bit here at PA over the years. Fucking dumbasses.
Yeah, we had a great bowling game going till we hit the side of a patrol car and took the back window out. Yeah, that state trooper wasn't happy.
You got a turkey on that one. Chris, you got a turkey on that one.
Yeah. Him being pissed, or the guy next door that come out and was bitching because we rode, what apples made it across the road ended up in the edge of his yard.
Oh, get off his lawn.
So we had to go there and pick them all up.
Yeah, get off his lawn.
Cop was not happy.
Channel progress, Chris. Because I think it's only me, you, Miss Formy, and Jesse. I think.
Yeah, we're down to a few.
But anyway, so I got the vinyl. I couldn't do anything with the vinyl this weekend because, although I did go buy a bunch of, Willwood's contact cement. I wanted to get the Landell top cement, contact cement, but that was like twice the price, and I couldn't get it anywhere local. And
that's the word I was thinking of.
To get a gallon, just a gallon, was $100 plus fucking crazy ass shipping because it's flammable. So yeah, that was not an option. So the local Lowe's had a gallon of like the regular contact cement by the same company. And
Which should work fine being interior, right?
right. And the funny thing is, it's got a higher heat rating than the Landau top stuff. The other stuff, the one in the blue container, that's like 150 degrees Fahrenheit. The stuff in the red container that I got is 180. So I guess just the
defroster vents.
the tack or the stick might be higher with the other one, the blue one. Right? It might just have a little bit of a better bond. But it should be just fine for what I'm doing. It's not going to be a high stress area, I would say. But yes, Jesse, the vinyl is for the dash. The dash and whatever else I feel like covering, which will be at least all of the parts for the dash. So the little kick panel for underneath of the steering wheel. I'll do I'll also do the glove box lid. And I want to do the center console and the little tiny like flip armrest thing for the lid for the center console. At least start there. If I get those done, I will probably move on to some of the plastic pieces, like the C-pillar. The C-pillar, the A-pillar's metal, and so is all of the bows that go across like the windshield and the front and back windshield. I think the piece that goes over top. No, there isn't a. Is there a piece that goes over top of the door? I think there's a piece that goes over top of the door over the C panel. I mean, over the B panel.
Small one, I believe.
I don't know. I'll have to go look. I have been a while since I've had the interior part on the TA. But yeah, so basically anything, and then there's also the side panels that go next to the back seats.
Yeah, your sail panels.
No, not the sail panels. The actual like would be a quote unquote door card.
Okay.
Where your armrests are. But yeah, because all of that on mine is just black plastic. It's not painted, thank God.
Now, is yours brittle or is it?
There are some spots where it's sun damaged, which that would be great for covering because I can just I can smooth sand it down to get to the fresh plastic, and I don't have to worry about saving the obviously the vinyl, the fake vinyl detail.
So you think you do your regular vinyl covering on it?
Yeah.
Versus a re-dye?
Right. I did
all of the interior.
I did all the interior panels in the Nova.
A ton of her original plastics, and who is it? Just Dashes, I think was the name of it. Some company in California.
I can't afford to have my dash professionally repaired.
Yeah, I mean that's.
And I can't afford the ones that Second Gen Graveyard are selling, because he's got a bunch of refurbished dashes. But they're
you get more satisfaction out of doing it yourself.
Huh?
You get more satisfaction out of doing it yourself.
Well, yeah. I mean, granted, no, I need a new dash. If I come across a better dash, I'm going to snag one. Because the structure of my dash is fucked up. Like where the back, where the gauges and stuff go. And that radio hole, I showed it last week, what it looks like when I don't have my fix in quotations, which is literally 2 pieces of sheet metal freaking sandwiched together with screws and a hole cut in it. If I don't have that in there, that whole opening is all the way out to the edge of the dash, except for maybe like half a centimeter. That whole hole is hogged out all the way to the edges. So yeah, if I could get a good dash, even if it does have a radio hole cut in it, as long as it's not butchered, you know, because I don't plan on leaving a stock radio in it anyway.
Yeah, well, like you said, you're not doing a Conqueror's restoration.
No.
You're building it the way you want it.
Right. So
Which
the plan is to cover everything in that car eventually in freaking vinyl or leather is what I want to do eventually. I'd rather do like cowhide or something. But I don't have the ability to do cowhide right now, so vinyl is better than nothing, and it wasn't expensive. It's just going to be a pain in the ass.
What that stuff cost you?
Total with shipping, just over 50.
Oh, that ain't bad.
The contact cement was just as expensive. The gallon was over $50. And I got the gallon because I'm like, well, I plan on doing the rest of the interior eventually anyway. You know? There's no point. And I plan on redoing the Nova one as well. I got to redo the headliner in this car eventually. And I'm going to probably do the headliner in perforated vinyl. So instead of doing fabric, I'm probably going to do it in that stuff that looks like perforated leather.
Your seats too?
I don't know what I'm doing with the seats yet. Technically, right now, I have them in fabric. The ones that I did.
Fabric's a lot more comfortable to ride in.
Right. It's a velveteen fabric that I have currently right now. The vinyl will wear better. It's a tougher material.
Yeah, but those hot summer days and yada yada.
That's okay.
Yada.
You know what I want to eventually do it in? Suede.
There you go.
I want to do the two-tone light and dark suede. So a cream or tan color centers with black bolsters. But I'm also going to keep the standard pattern. So I'm going to still sew them with the pleats and everything that came in the cars originally. I'm just going to make them look luxury. So I've already done it with the seats that I have. I have an extra set of stitching in them. That's going to get it's a black where the black bolster is. It's going to have tan stitching.
All right.
So what do they call it? A French seam or something like that?
Yeah, some such thing.
But yeah, I've already got the seats mostly made, at least the passenger side one. I need a better sewing machine. That's what stopped me. It wasn't my skill that stopped me. It was the fact that I didn't have a machine to do it.
Yeah, vinyl seats are decent, Jesse, but they're just, I hate sitting in them when they sit in the damn sunlight.
Yeah, my Nova, even though they were originally cloth seats, I had them covered. I had vinyl covers for them, black vinyl, like the fake leather look.
Slip overs, or were they sewed in?
The problem is the whole car was black. It had no insulation in it. The door panels were black. It had the chrome trim on the edge of the panels and the outside of the door. I had a black leather wrapped aluminum steering wheel with the black leather seats, the whole black carpet. Every panel inside of the car was black.
It was a big heat sink.
Yes. I had to park that car in the shade during the summer. And I got no relief during the winter. At one point, that car didn't even have a heater core in it. And it was a daily. It's called 2 pairs of gloves to hold on to that solid aluminum steering wheel wrapped in leather in the middle of winter. Because that was a cold sink. Yeah, I don't do white. I don't do white anything I'm a mechanic. White and me don't get along. Whatever I buy that's white ends up black eventually anyway. Either I paint it that way or it ends up looking that way after I'm done with it. Light switches? Light switches in my house. White's not the best color. Area around the door handles. Yep, no longer white. Can you relate, Chris? Oh, Chris isn't here. Chris left me again. Like, you need a heater in your Bronco. Oh, got tan for the F-250. Well, I have some tan in my car. In fact, actually, the whole interior in my Trans Am and my Nova were originally tan. The Nova was actually, the Nova... Oh, Chris is back. Hey, back. Welcome back, Freebird.
Home tonight. I don't understand.
Home on the range, where the bird escapes every turn. His internet is spotty. His truck is... I don't know. I ran out of talent.
Spotty is my language sometimes.
I ran out of talent. But anyway, we were talking about tan, and it's like both my Nova when I bought it was like a metallic gold with a tan tweed interior. So like the vinyl part of the seat was tan, but it had that like pattern in the seats. Tan dash, tan everything, tan carpet, tan headliner. The whole car was tan. That didn't last long. I originally dyed everything black, and then I covered it in vinyl afterwards. Mainly because I bought the original dash to that car was cracked, and I went and bought a blue one out of a 4-door that wasn't cracked originally. Threw that in the car. Had to paint that one black, and once I painted that one black, I started painting everything else because I liked the way it looked. Then the whole car went black. The outside of the car, because it went gray first and primer, and then it went black. Black with blue stripes. Still my favorite look on that car. The Trans Am, that was originally obviously a black outside car with the Campbell Tan Deluxe interior. Pulled that out when my buddy Dan, you know who Dan is, Chris? He's got the formulas. He's got the formulas. He's got a 4th gen.
I remember you talking about him now.
Yeah, well, he was stripping down a 78. I don't know if it was a Firebird, a Formula, or Trans Am. I don't know, but he had a full black interior. It was a dark green car with a black interior, and I literally just grabbed the whole interior, everything but the dash. New center console, all new plastics. I grabbed the carpet out of it. I don't think I grabbed the headliner. So yeah, all the plastic.
You wish you would have now?
What?
You wish you would have now?
I don't know. I don't remember what condition that dash was in. And technically, my dash at that point didn't look bad. I don't even think I had the crack in the center at that point.
Yeah, that's only sucks about it. Don't take them long to go to hell.
Well, especially when it sits outside for 5 years.
Yep.
But yeah, so I just
I'm
grabbed
sure
everything else.
Wiped down because yes, he's been outside since I come home.
Yeah.
Sadly.
But yeah, I grabbed the whole interior because I had a tan interior, and I already know, and it was a tan interior that was already spray bombed tan. So it was spray bombed a lighter tan than the camel tan. And it was all peeling. And I didn't feel like dealing with that, you know? I literally did not feel like freaking dealing with an already peeling interior and then trying to do something with it to change the color. So yeah, the whole interior out of my car is out of a 78. And it's all in pretty decent condition. But yeah, I think my crack, it has a, like where one of the screw mounts are, I think it's busted. But I think that's about it. But yeah, so gonna rewrap all of that stuff. I want to two-tone the car. I want to do tan and black. I just don't know where to make the differentiations. I think I might want to go back to a tan carpet with all black plastics. Because the tan carpet will match the center sections of the seats. The doors, I might do
a custom floor mat.
What?
You gonna do a custom floor mat of your own?
I don't know. I don't even have floor mats on my car right now. There's no floor mats on my car at the moment. Not that there isn't.
That's what I get her to do.
There's plenty of freaking places that do custom floor mats for these cars.
Cause I got some like suede. It's a heavy gray vinyl on one side, and like a tan suede on the other.
So you can flip them.
Yeah, but they're not. It's just a roll of material. I ought to get her to make some custom floor mats for our 84 because it's already got the tan interior in it.
Yeah.
As far as the carpets not go.
Jesse says, "Am I a Johnny Cash fan or something?" No, I just like things black. It's more of not a it's not a. Is it the Doors? I see a red door and I want to paint it black. Yeah, that's probably more me. I don't think that's Johnny Cash. I think that's the Doors. Does that sound about right, Chris?
Yeah, song-wise it would be.
I think Painted Black is the name of the song, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, and I think it's the Doors. Give me 10 seconds, I'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, his reference would be Johnny Cash, the Man in Black, because that's all he ever wore. Which a lot of people, interestingly, don't know.
Rolling Stones,
The reason he did that is because, well, you were still in the right era.
Yeah, the Rolling Stones. No, that song is not the Doors. I just looked it up. It is the Rolling Stones.
Did the Doors do a rendition of their own of it?
I don't know. I just typed in Painted Black lyrics and it immediately came up Rolling Stones. So I'm guessing if not, they are still the most popular version of that song. Oh. But yeah, I just like, and I like my cars black. Well, I mean, geez. I think I've already shown this last week. Though I did pull out the bumpers and stuff. I gotta find my front bumper. It's missing. So this is the truck that I was working on since December. And it is matte black. And all of the trim pieces and the front bumpers and rear, the bumpers and all of that, they're all going gloss black. So anything that would normally be chrome is gloss black. So that's gonna look nice. The rims though are gonna be different. The outer ring, it's a 5-spoke. The outer ring is going to be gloss black, and the spokes are going to be flat black. So, and it's going to have bright orange calipers. The detail accents on the engine are going to be bright orange, kind of like a Hemi orange. And then the seats are going to be 2-tone gray, well, 3-tone gray, black, and orange. I think, or maybe it's just going to be flat black, gloss black, and orange. I forget. I have it written down in the instruction book how I want it. So that's gonna be nice when it's done. It's gonna be simple. Like the rest of the build is gonna be basically box stock. As far as there's no modifications. The thing I haven't decided yet is either to stain the wood bed black or do the red mahogany that I want to do. Could also do it cherry. The funny thing is that bed floor was done.
That would look wild.
The bed floor was done back in December. I did all of that prep work back then. It's just taking me the last 8 months to paint it.
To get it the way you want it.
Right, because I kept not liking it and dipping it in the fucking magic dip and starting over. And,
strip it and redo it.
Yep, every time I didn't like it. A lot of the times when I was trying to fix it's not like I just stripped it immediately. Sometimes I did, but ones that I thought were at least like savable, I would try to wet sand it down. But I'd end up blowing through the paint, and then I'd have to strip it all anyway. I'm a perfectionist. I'm not gonna lie. If I don't like the way something looks, I'll either do it over or completely start over.
What grit do you wet sand with?
Oh,
That's
400,
awful,
600.
Right? Do you wet sand in stages, or you just do one?
I wet sand in stages, but it depends on what I'm doing. If I'm trying to get out some big imperfections, I'm obviously starting with a heavier grit.
A rougher.
I mean, the thing is like, okay, so you can't really tell, but this is a sanding stick that I use. It's even going to show up. Come on. All right, there's a sanding stick that I use for like rough stuff. For not like the rough end of wet sanding.
Okay.
This, which is almost buttery ass smooth, this will actually make plastic shine again. So I can, without even buffing, I can use this one.
It's almost like a polishing stick.
Yeah. So I have everything. I mean, like this, you can't see it, but this whole shelf right here is just every grit from one end to the other. And these are all just sticks. These aren't even like the sandpapers.
How long do they last?
I've had them since I started going back in, and they're washable. So like if I'm using them, I can use some soap and water, and they'll come back to life.
So you're infinite use because you're
not necessarily. They do.
Yeah, but that, for you, they're kind of an infinite use because it's not like you're building every day and sand.
Right, but they'll wear out. I bet you if I used them regularly, they'd last a month or two.
All right. So for what you're doing, a good year.
And they're not expensive.
Year and a half.
I think I paid like $20 for all the ones that are sitting there. They come in a big bundle.
Where do you get them at?
UMP.
UMP, all right.
Ultimate Modeling Products or whatever. It's that guy that I watch on YouTube, International Scale Modeler. It's his company. Him and his wife run it out of England. They have all kinds of stuff. In fact, they sell one of the best airbrushes that you can buy. It's a Badger airbrush under their name at like 2/3 the price of a Badger airbrush. So yeah, it's like one of the, and as soon as they get them in, like they sell out of them within 2 or 3 days, and they buy like a couple hundred of them. So like they're just gone. So I literally have to watch it and hope I have because they're like 200. I think it's like $200 ish for one in US cash. So I literally have to watch for them and hope that I have money in my account when they go on sale, like when he gets a shipment in, because you literally have to place your bid. You literally have to go buy one the second you see them. No, that's not that expensive for an airbrush, Jesse. No, it doesn't come with a compressor. A Badger airbrush is closer to like $400. I mean, yeah, it's not that expensive. Not again, not for the where you're at. Jesse says that $200 for an airbrush is expensive. I was like, no. If you look at the price of airbrushes in that quality, you're looking at anywhere from $400 to like $600. There's a big difference in off brand. They are a top feed airbrush, and yeah, no, it's just they're not Rock Auto stuff. This is for the thing is with the stuff that you're talking, when you start trying to airbrush a line that's probably only a millimeter wide, like literally airbrushing in details, your off-brand stuff won't do that. It won't be able to get that tight. Um, and that's the main thing is, and I plan on like, I'm not gonna go buy. You can get away with spraying primers and stuff with a cheapy airbrush, but when you're looking to put in detail work and stuff like that, you need a decent airbrush. And I don't plan on having 60 airbrushes, so I don't want to. I mean, I can go out and go get a cheapy one just to do some spray bomb paints. Um, but if I want to start putting in like weathering details and things like that, yeah, I'm gonna need a much more detailed airbrush. And I also plan on doing, like, I want to get into doing like tanks and airplanes, and yeah, you really need a good airbrush to do those.
Now, do those come with changeable tips for your
Yeah,
lines or spray patterns?
changeable tips, changeable needles, bowl sizes, like little cup that sits on top. Not all of it comes with the airbrush. Sometimes you got to get some of that stuff separately, but yeah,
As an
they're fully
accessory kit or
disassembled.
whatever.
I do let some stuff slide. I wouldn't say I'm like, there's still stuff on this truck that is not necessarily perfect, but it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know if it's even going to show up. If you look, and of course it's dusty, which doesn't even look that dusty to me, but on camera it looks that dusty. Yeah, it still looks dusty. I'm gonna zoom. Is it gonna focus? Focus. Yeah, you can see right there on this end of the hood, the paint's a little like not right. There's a dent in the center line, like right in the middle of the hood on this side, like right down here. Like there's flaws. Um, I hate the back window area, but there's nothing I can do about that now. Of course, it's not going to focus. It's not going to focus on my face. Of course, yeah, not going to focus. Of course it's not. Anyway, it looks ugly. Looks like a mouse chewed on it.
Plastic window to put in.
There's a plastic window that goes in there. I might be able to do something. The gap between the roof and the back deck lid. Come on. Why as soon as I turn it sideways backwards do you not want to focus anymore? That gap didn't used to be that big when I first started painting. I did have filler in there, but I think the filler came out at one point, and I didn't really notice it until it was already in a decent paint, and I'm like, ah, crap. And I'm not gonna freaking do it now. There's things that aren't right with it, but for the most part, it's a lot better than it was. I can send pictures of what it looked like before. The orange peel was crazy. It had more lumps and bumps than a freaking person with a skin reaction. But and even that paint that was on there now was not flat when I started. I wet sanded that flat. I mean, it looked like a kid with acne. The funny thing is patina is actually more difficult than paint than the freaking nice glossy finish. Fucking patina is a pain in the ass. If you've ever watched somebody do a patina paint job, it's crazy. All the extra steps you have to do. You have to like paint like 6 or 7 different layers of colors and then sand back down through the layers. Like you paint the whole vehicle to look like rust, and then you put your paint on top of that, and you sand down through the paint to get back to the rust. And then there's a bunch of like washes and weathering and stuff that you got to do. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be easy. I'm going to have a hard time because these little cars that I have, where are they at? These ones. I have like 11 or 13 of these. I am going to take them apart and paint each one to look like the way my Nova did at different stages. So, like, the first one's going to be gold with a tan interior. The next one's going to be the primer with the black stripes. You know, and then I'm going to go with the black with the blue stripes, and then the black with the red stripes. And then the one with the green doors. You know? And then finally the way I want it to look like when it's done. So, I got a bunch of those to do. Yeah, it is really hard when it's small. Try putting a 1/4-inch pinstripe on a freaking vehicle that's 1/64 scale. I don't think that's happening. I don't think they're going to have the little tiny 1/4-inch pinstripe on the outside of the big stripe. But yeah, I have plans.
Yeah, might.
That's why I have like this one. Shit. Of course, it's got to be at the bottom of my stack of models. This is actually the one that I got to do with my kid. That's going to be his first model. Haven't gotten that far yet. Can't behave long enough.
You build that with Luca?
I will. I want to get to the point to where hopefully he can do most of it because it's already all painted. He's got to put it together. I got this one. Megatron. I think it's Megatron. Yeah, Megatron. I have Optimus Prime. Of course, you know, like I got these as a gift. They didn't get my favorite character. I mean, I love Optimus Prime, but if I had to pick 2 to get, it would have been Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Though I think I prefer Bumblebee in his car form more.
Original or the new one?
I like the
Speed up,
the first
beat up second gen style, or
yeah, the beat up second gen style. I got a Hemi-Cuda, which I think I'm gonna build. I don't know. Did I get this one? Did I have a thing that I was going to do with this one? I don't think I have a plan with this one. This one might just be. This one might just go box stock. I don't think I'm gonna do anything crazy with this one, except for maybe paint it pink, because that's like the rarest color for it. But I don't think I'm gonna do anything with this, except for maybe high detail it. I might go with a detail kit for it. The Chevelle I'm already doing. No, this is the Duster. The Duster is getting a Hemi engine. This car is going badass drag racer car. So it's getting a full-blown Hemi in it. It's getting the big slicks in the back.
You going gasser style with a lifted front axle and suspension, or
No.
just
Come
straight
on.
drag car?
I find those interesting, but those are like 50s Bel Air gasser.
Yeah.
This style, it's not much different than my car. I like that nose down, ass up. But that one might be just low. I might make that one just like funny car low.
6th Street stance.
This is the Chevelle. The Chevelle I'm already doing. This one I'm doing for Jess. It's going the metallic red with the black stripes. I got a full detailed kit for the engine and emblems, so all of the emblems will be photo etch. The grill is photo etch. A bunch of engine details in photo etch, interior parts photo etch, that kind of thing. And that's got a big block 454. I like how I'm entertaining two of you.
How many of them do you ever do? Like your like you should go on that.
When I was a kid.
No, I mean like your different kits. Can you get like your Chevelle, for instance?
Yeah.
Or your Cuda. Can you get actual paint for those the same as what the factory color paint was when it came out of the factory in the original car?
I can if I've got an airbrush. I can't get it in a spray can. Unless I use an actual automotive paint, but you got to watch with automotive paints is they'll like to eat the plastic. But they do make scale, and I mean by scale, I mean they actually make scale flake. So like if you were to buy OEM colors, it would be with full size flake, which would look absolutely ridiculous on a scale car.
Right.
There's a company, I think it's Zero Paints. I don't know. I have to go back and look at, because there's several of the YouTubers that I watch that use this brand, but they make reproductions to scale of factory colors.
All right.
Which your Trans Am, yeah, I know they call it Starlight Black. Do you know what Starlight Black is?
Just a fancy name.
Yeah, it is. It is literally straight gloss black. It is the same color. It's even a Ford color. It like if you were to look at the mix sheets for it, it is the standard black. They used it on.
I know what it almost was.
What?
Extremely storage rashed.
What? Say that
when
again.
we loaded on the trailer, extremely storage rashed. Like a rash, RASHED.
I guess.
If it had come outside of the trailer when we loaded and it spun that time, it would have been ugly.
Oh yeah, okay. Some people thought that it had metal flake in it or some kind of pearl. No, it's straight black. It's nothing fancy about it. It's just a standard gloss black. This car here is getting a modern Boss 302 engine, so basically a Coyote, and it's getting a wide body kit and probably lowered. I don't know, and probably
these are all kits you bought from the same place, or where'd you get your kits at?
Everywhere. Some I got at Hobby Lobby, some I got I ordered online, some of them I picked up at different hobby stores that I've run into around here. The two Transformers
and the other kits
kits,
just an accessory kit you'd get for it.
Huh? You get the accessory kits don't normally come from the same manufacturer that built the model. Like this model is still the same model it was probably back in the early 70s. They just somebody will end up with the molds and they'll reissue it. Like I think Revell made it back then, or it may be in an MPC. But like the Chevelle that I have, it was originally an MPC kit. And obviously the molds get transferred hands, and then, it gets rebranded as a different brand, even though it's the same molds. That's
I
like
remember
that
building models
Firebird
when I
kit
was a kid.
that Firebird kit that I have that I'll get to in a second. It's still the
Yeah, the one like I
original
just got.
Blackbird kit from 1979. It's still the same mold. Even though that they've actually gotten the actual branding to be able to use Pontiac and Firebird, because when it was originally released, they didn't have those licenses. That's why they called it the Blackbird originally, because they couldn't use the Pontiac Firebird name. Originally, the original decals didn't look like the Pontiac Firebird decals. They were close, but they weren't exact. It wasn't until they got the licensing to actually use the actual, correct decals. That's why the back taillight area is so screwed up, because they never remolded it to be correct. Yes, the detail kit from my Chevelle is from Model Roundup. In fact, they're the only ones that sell a detail kit for that car. And have fun trying to find it. There was a scale engine guy, that used to make really, really, really nice engines, and he passed away, and nobody took up his molds and started, reproducing them. So he made an awesome Hemi engine, and well, now we have the 3D printed stuff, and I could probably pick up a nice one off of 3D printed. But as far as resin stuff, the main guy that made all of the resin engines, he passed away a couple years ago. This kit is a gift from Nikolai. I don't think I'm going to do anything with it. It's not. It's already been started. I might just use it for parts. So it's got stuff in it, but it's, well, yeah, it is started. So I don't even know if all the parts are in it. I'm running out of space because I'm taking down my wall of models, my stash. Now I can't even close the damn box. Close, damn it. What the fuck? There we go.
Some are a pain in the ass.
Yeah. I am stealing the front end of this one. So the whole front frame I am stealing for the Chevelle. And actually the rear frame, I think, too. The rear axle assembly. I might be stealing for the Chevelle. Because it's an NPC. The Chevelle is an NPC kit. And it has absolutely freaking dog shit in detail as far as suspension. And I don't like the freaking suspension on that, so I'm going to redo it.
I remember building them when I was a kid and got the glue. The damn glue smelled like oranges.
Yeah, that's the tube glue. I don't even use the tube glue anymore.
Shows you how long it's been since I made any, huh?
Yeah, same. When I started with it, I thought I was going to go get tube glue, and I started watching the models on YouTube, and they're like, none of them were using it. I'm like, well, what are they using? They use Tamiya's extra thin, basically like a liquid cement, because it seeps into all the little nooks and crannies and melts the plastic that way. But anyway, I got this one. This is a really detailed curbside kit. Jesse, the problem with
What year
super
car
glue,
is that?
huh?
What year car is that?
This is I don't know. 2016.
It's a cool looking kit.
It's a Mustang GT4. It's a factory race car. But anyway, I don't use I use super glue in certain areas, but the problem with super glue is it doesn't actually, like, the stuff that I use is actually a mixture. It's Tamiya extra thin and butylene, I think is the correct term, or EMA thinner. It literally will soften. It's more like welding the pieces together, where super glue kind of just holds them together, if that makes sense. Like, the stuff that I use breaks down the plastic and then rehardens it together. But anyway, so I'm using this kit, which is a curbside kit. Does not have any engine any engine detail, no undercarriage detail, no nothing. It's all the detail is on the outside of the body and in the interior tub. They make a kit for this model that is a full detailed running gear. So basically you start with this kit and then you modify it with these extra parts. Tamiya does a lot of what they call curbside kits, which is basically the model is meant to look good sitting on the shelf. That's it. Nothing opens. No, there's no detail where you can't see. To me, that kind of kills half the fun. I'm a mechanic. The fun part is building the engines and the chassis and all of that. I do have an
Continue
RC
on
car.
I-30.
Is it in here? No, the RC car's out in the garage. I have a Traxxas Jado 3.3, and in fact, the body for it, one of my bodies for it, I have a Mustang body like that one for it. This is the body for my Jado. Which, if you're an RC guy, you know what a Jado is. This was the body for my Jado. +70 scale miles per hour. Not scale, 70+ real miles per hour. And I don't know, like I said, if you know what the Jados look like, they have wheels that come out here. It's a buggy. So, literally, that's why the wheel openings are this fucking big on this car. Because the suspension came up here into these holes. I built this back in... It's not even clean. This is actually the original... You know, the other fun thing is, Chris, this color, this was what my Nova was colored. This is actually leftover paint from doing my Nova.
Okay.
So this blue is the same blue that was the hood stripes on my car. And I tried to shine it up, but that was the hood stripe color for my Nova. Malibu blue.
Well, that's nice.
And it's done correctly because
Now, that pearl metal or was it straight paint?
No, it's what? Is it what?
Did it have pearl or metal in it,
It's
or
metal flake.
is it just straight paint?
It's metal flake. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah,
But
see, on my screen, the metal, it doesn't show up on my screen. It's too small.
yeah, there's flake in it. But yeah, it's done right because you paint
Nice
you paint these cars from the inside out, so you don't paint the paint on the outside of these. You basically gotta reverse whatever paint job you're gonna do. You gotta do it backwards because you gotta paint the outer layer goes on first down to the inner layer. So the last layer on this was black, obviously. So the whole underside of the car is black, which you can see. I don't know if there's enough light behind it, but that paint's not very thick. You can actually see through it here. But yeah, I had this one, and then I have a 2010 Mustang body too. Yeah, so it doesn't scratch off. I mean, there's a shit ton of scratches on the... this car has ended up on its lid I don't know how many times, because if you ever driven a Jado, they like the wheelie. You can see a lot of the scratches up here. It's got its fair share of curb rash. It spent a lot of time like Nikolai's race car did. Flipping over and sliding on its lid. But anyway... I got a fucking mess going on over here. So there's the Mustang, like I said, it does curbside kit. So they make a conversion kit to convert it from a curbside kit to a high detail kit. Photo etch, new parts, all kinds of stuff. Then there is your favorite one, Chris, which is this one. Chris just picked up this kit.
My buddy picked it up for me down.
Yeah, they have them all. Like
Carrollton.
right now this kit is in stock. They're actively making this kit. So it's not like finding. It's not like they're not hard to find right now.
If you find that kit at Hobby Lobby right now, it's 40% off.
Yeah, I know. It's where I bought this kit.
For those who may want to go get one.
Yeah, a Hobby Lobby runs a 40% off sale on all of their kits a lot of the time. So that's where I picked
I'll see
up
my buddy tomorrow.
Yeah,
he
I
just
picked up that truck. That's right. Hold on. I picked up that truck and the Challenger at the same time for 40% off online.
Cool.
Because you can buy them on their 40% off extends to online sales too. But this one's going to be heavily modified. I'm fixing that rear that they don't even show it on here. I'm fixing the rear taillights on this thing. I am looking to get a different set of rims for this that are better looking. And I want to see if I can get them scaled to like an 18-inch. Obviously this car is going to look like mine. So it's going to get painted and detailed like how my car will look. So I'm actually going to put a sniper on this. It's going to be fun. Not that you're going to see it because the shaker will be on it, but I'm going to try.
You able to make it where your shaker be removable?
I could. This is another
That'd
fun
be a
kit.
challenge.
I picked this up at an old hobby shop. I don't know if I can even get it in shot without the glare on it. There you go. The green
Funny car.
He was a champion, I think, around the 70s. 1974 Winter Nationals Championship. So yeah, he won a lot of races in 74 and 75 with this car. But this is a high detailed kit too. Like it comes with a lot of detail. Look at the freaking size of this body. The freaking thing is absolutely massive.
Good grief.
Let me compare that. Okay, here's a 1/24 scale.
How's the scale on that one?
It's I think 1/18 scale.
Whew.
Or I think. Hold on, let me double check. It is scaled in 1/16. So the same thing as the TA. By the way, did you ever see the size of the body on the TA?
No, I don't even know what my box is.
Right. So this got, it's got your decals. This is half of the rear tire. This is the other half of the rear tire right here. And that's a front tire. Not that you can see it from that point of view. So yeah,
Practically a monster.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge. And like I said, this one comes with where is it? Should come with all of like the hoses and everything else. Yeah, here they are. So like it comes with all kinds of hoses and it's got a rubber. You can see it like right here. That's the blower belt. But yeah, this thing is huge. It comes with, it's pretty well detailed. But I thought this one was pretty cool. I'm gonna have fun trying to find a color for this one. Because it's got to match the decals. Because the decals have that green in it. But yeah, it's the big scale Chevy Vega funny car. 1973 World Championship. That needs to go back there. It goes all the way on the bottom. Trans Am. Where did I stick that? There it is. Yeah, and it was 1/16th, not 1/18th. This is also 1/16th. Yeah, this is 1/16th. So bigger than 1/18th scale. That is the body for the TA. Also, that's a big model. But yeah, and I don't know, I don't have any of these bags opened. But I don't know if you can see it. That's the rear bumper with that tail light detail that's just wrong. It's like so far from right. They only give you, it's just a flat piece of red for the taillights. So I'm going to see if somebody can 3D print me some clear red taillights that are correct. Or at least clear white that I can paint red and white. But I mean, you know, for the most part, the rest of it's okay. Where are the wheels at? Like, the only reason I don't like the wheels is because they're solid. There's no holes through them at all. So that's gonna look funny. The engine detail isn't super great either. But again, it was a non-licensed kit when it first came out. So I don't blame the kit, it's just not what I want. But yeah, that's gonna be a not do right away kit because I want to build up my skill to do that one. I would pull out some of the detail kits that I have, except for the fact that I don't know where the engines are. They got put away when I moved everything, when they put these windows in, and I haven't found them. So they're somewhere. I just don't know where. Let's not put the ones that I'm doing right away at the bottom this time. Maybe I can get to them. I think I got them all. There we go. But I do have some of the photo etch from the Chevelle. Yeah, here's some of the emblems. I mean, I don't even know if you're going to be able to see this. It just might come up blurry. That's like the Chevrolet and Malibu emblems that come in that kit. The detail kit. Can't even really see them because they're so tiny. But yeah, this is
a lot of tweezer work.
Huh?
A lot of tweezer work.
Yeah. So this is the big block detail kit. It comes with MT valve covers. These are resin valve covers. If the fucking light wasn't so bright. be able to see. These are resin valve covers. Comes with an air cleaner. And it comes with rubber for the belts. So to cut off the plastic belts and you put the rubber ones on. This is the engine detail kit. Photo etch. So you got your photo etch for the top of the valve covers, your air cleaner, front of the pulleys. It's got detail kits for that. It's got a you can see it like way out here. There is the arm for your alternator. So it's not just hanging out there in the middle of nowhere like most kits put it. You got some spark plug wire guides in there. I think there's a radiator valve cap. What else is in here? Wing nuts for your air cleaner. But yeah, there's a. This was pretty. This was like $15 plus like the $5 shipping.
1.25 miles. Take exit 7 on the right to exit 7.
So that's that. Now, this other sheet has all the Chevelle stuff on it. Which I've already cut out the front grille. I've got pictures of that on Instagram. And yeah, this is from Model Car Roundup. But yeah, this is insane. I try to put my hand somewhere where it's not completely detailed. Let me make myself the big one, Chris.
That's Edith.
Yeah. See if that comes into focus. I'm gonna hold it up here. Come on, focus. Look how freaking tiny the detail is on that.
In 1/4 mile, turn right on Arkansas 108
I gotta try
west.
to balance my finger on top of this freaking monitor so it doesn't bounce around. Look at all kinds of freaking shit. Steering wheel spokes, emblems, power window switches, SS logos, the center of the steering wheel,
Turn right at the stop
Chevelle
sign.
badges, the rear tail lights, rear view mirror, all kinds of stuff. Back tail lights, side marker lights, the different engine like the 400, the 454. There's a 350 emblem in there, depending on what size engine you had. 307. Malibu, rear taillight, rear trunk emblems, El Camino emblems. So if you wanted to turn it into an El Camino. All kinds of stuff. And the thing is, this is only like 2 inches across.
In 1/4 mile,
It's literally got 2 inches.
J on the right.
I think it's like 1.5 inches by 2 inches on this little sheet. So, my dog's over there snoring. So yeah, like when the body on my Chevelle, I've shaved off all the emblems and all that stuff because I know I'm going to be using these ones. So, but I've already added details to that. I put bumper bolts in it that didn't come in the factory. Yeah, here's another look at what all the parts are. This is just a printed.
Please drive to highlighted route. When possible,
So you know where all the
make a
parts are
U-turn,
at and what they are.
then exit
I
right.
got keys. Literally keys. So you can make and like key tags. So you can make a little set of keys to go with your model. Center cap logos, door handles, window cranks. I don't think I have it here. What I do with the... That's the rear bumper.
Take the exit on the right
Here's the front
to
bumper.
I-30 West toward Texarkana.
That's the front bumper. Yeah, I keep my spare parts in a cream cheese container. Not spare parts, but small parts. And my other parts are... No, not that one. This one. Why I don't know. I don't know why I lost my front bumper for the truck, because I keep everything pretty organized. So here's the front grille, which that now needs to be fixed. That after the live stream. Go this way. This way. Goes this way. Now, this needs to get glued in place. But this is how it'll look. So, photo etched grill, which of course is not going to focus because it wants to focus behind it. Now, as soon as I move my hand, I move the thing. Come on. Stay where you're supposed to. I normally hold this in with sticky tack. But yeah, it's hard. I can't get it. But anyway. This is the grill that goes behind. Of course, it wants to focus on everything but. So that goes behind the grill. And then this is the actual front. Which, yes, I know it's got a busted top. I gotta fix that. I still gotta fix the area around that one bolt hole. But I put in the bumper bolts. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. And now I gotta fix that top piece. Because, you know, I gotta be dicking with shit. Yeah, that's what I said, like, being perfectionist. I don't like that. I always hated the detail that was in the kits. Now, granted, when I was younger, I only had, you know, your standard Revell and Monogram kits. I didn't have access to all of these fancy parts. You know, now that I'm adult, you know, I can get those things. I have access to better tools and things to make shapes. Yeah, the grill will strengthen it. These are the wheels for that black Ford truck. Lost Chris. So the spokes are going to be flat black, and the outer ring is going to be gloss black. Is it off of a Mustang? I wouldn't know. I don't know. I do have the Chevelle rims here too, because I stripped the chrome off of them. These were chromed. I stripped the chrome off of them because the chrome was way too heavy. You couldn't see any of the detail of the rim. Of course, you can't see any of the detail now because the camera won't fucking focus. Come on, focus. There we go. So these are off of the Chevelle. I might change them out too. I haven't decided if I want to go with like a Krieger SS style or like Keystone Classics. I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm doing with those yet. I don't think I have any other detail parts out. I think they're all in this box somewhere. Experimental foil. Bunch of junk. Oh, I can show you the glue. So I use that with, well, this because it's already in it. So the glue that I use is a faster curing glue than Tamiya. So I use Tamiya Extra Thin, which is what this is. As you can see, it says mix on it, because this is already mixed. But I mixed Tamiya Extra Thin with this. Which you're not going to be able to read it. But it is a diachloromethane. He said, I don't know if it's going to let you read that. There you go. Diachloromethane. Yeah. It is a industrial strength plastic glue. I mix this with the Tamiya because this stuff on its own is quite potent and is actually too fast to use and too strong to use by itself. So I mix it with the Extra Thin because it will dry faster than Extra Thin, but and it also gets hotter than Extra Thin. But yeah, so I do have some Extra Thin straight, because there are some times where Extra Thin is better. Don't know where I have it. That's pedal line. It's a generic shit I got at Hobby Lobby. And I don't like the stuff that they sell at Hobby Lobby. It's kind of similar to Extra Thin, but I don't know. I went out of my way to find Tamiya's Extra Thin. I have a little bottle of the Tamiya, this straight. I just don't know where I stuck it. I got the idea from International Scale Modeler, Paul. That's what he uses. But he uses, what is it called? It's a brand that he can get over in England. It's the same stuff as this, just different brand. It's diachloromethane. Yeah, it all kind of looks the same, but you know, mineral spirits looks the same as acetone, as isopropyl alcohol, but they're not chemically the same. I mean, I don't know what's in Tamiya, and that fucking word is really small. This is acetone with brutal acetate. That's what Tamiya Extra Thin is. This is diachloromethane. This one here. Different stuff. Yeah, they probably smell different. I haven't taken to whiffing any of this shit. I wouldn't either. I would not suggest whiffing any of this. Well ventilated area if you're gonna have it open. I use it and close it immediately. So like literally, I will brush hood on to whatever I'm doing, and then will immediately put the cap back on the container. It will turn. There's another thing that they do, with just I think the extra thin. You cut up a bunch of the sprues that the little parts come on, and you drop it in the glue bottle, and they call it sprue glue, and it's used for filling in like gaps in between parts. So kind of like, I don't know, like plastic Bondo. Yeah, like kind of like plastic Bondo. It takes days to dry though. You like literally have to wait like a day or two before you can start working with it. Because it takes a while for the plastic to reharden. It literally turns the plastic into goo. And that's just the Tamiya extra thin with sprue in it. Can you imagine if you were to drop sprue in this? It would just turn it into a straight liquid. Because that stuff gets hot. Yeah, sprue glue is definitely useful. I don't have any made right now. I guess I could make some sprue glue with the Tamiya that I have sitting here. I have another jar of it. But I kind of wanted to have more of another like fresh jar in case something were to happen that's straight. Because right now I have enough Tamiya and this diochloromethane or whatever to make another bottle of the hot Tamiya extra thin. Paul has a name for it, of what he calls it. I forget what it is. But we use a different. I have so many different glues. I have super glue. I have kicker. For when you need that super glue to dry now. I have, where'd it go? I just saw it. Oh. Here it is. I have gelled super glue. That's Loctite brand. Doesn't need to be Loctite brand. It just is whatever. I have Mr. Cement Deluxe. I have, what else do I have? Just make a mess of everything. Here. Anyway, I'm gonna have to come back here and rearrange everything that I got sitting here. I've got your Tamiya basic putty. I've got your Tamiya white putty. I am looking for, what is it called? It's a 2-part putty. And it's kind of yellow. I think it's polyester putty. I don't know. I'll have to go look for it up again. I've got your liquid mask. I've got your tacky tape. I use that for all kinds of stuff. One of the big things I use it for is sticking models together for mock-up, or for sticking them on stuff to paint with. So this one was used to paint. It's the same stuff you hang posters up for. Yes, I do have. I have micro set and micro sol. So this softens the decal to get it to fit into places. And then this one here settles it down and makes it bond to the plastic pretty good. I have UMP's complete polishing setup. So stage 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna have to reorganize all this shit. I got Tamiya's masking tape. Their super thin stuff. And their thicker boy stuff. I have so much fucking shit it isn't funny. What do I got over here? That's a random piece of sprue. Tester's dull coat. Got your Tamiya thinner. It's for acrylic. More polishing compounds. All kinds of freaking thinny sticks. Got the magic wand for mixing paint. I got weird shit too. Yeah, I got all kinds of shit. Sanding sticks. This is funny. So this that I've held up, it's literally just like a bathroom kitchen tile that I put some rubber feet on the back. This is what I use to cut the photo etch. I cut photo etch on that. Yeah, all kinds of pliers. Fucking paintbrushes. These are cool. So I picked this trick up from... Yeah, it is a nice flat surface. I use it kind of for a lot of things, but mainly it's used for cutting the whatevers. So these are called water brushes, but they're a hollow tube that soaks up water. You're supposed to use them for watercolors. But Paul from ISM, International Scale Modeler, he taught me you can use these for using your microset and your microsaw when you're laying down decals. They come in different sizes. So you got that other one with a big fat one. Here's a fatter one. And there's those two. And then I have a bunch of smaller ones too. Put this away. So you got like smaller boys. Yeah, not so small. But you basically just kind of soak up a little bit of your microsaw and you brush it on. You got these cool things. These are great for not only like spreading your putties around, but also for fixing paint mistakes, because they're really good at pushing paint where you want them to go. They're just little silicone rubber tipped things. They come in different sizes. But you can use it for making sure paint goes, you know, like pushing paint back in line if you get a little bleeder. Like I said, all kinds of freaking paintbrushes. Good ones, cheap ones. You don't want to use your good ones for something that could potentially ruin it. But I have good ones, I have cheap ones in here. I said, more glue. This is ultraviolet glue, so basically it dries under UV light. Good for putting in your... okay, well, yeah, we can talk about this whenever. But, yeah, that's good for putting in headlights and stuff, because super glue will fog them. That won't. But, yeah, I guess we can, chill for the night. I guess Chris left. Yeah, it comes with its own Maybe if I can get it to turn on. Yeah. It comes with its own little light. Alright. Catch you guys later. Thank you for the hanging out.